Troy was real? What if I told you one of the greatest war stories ever told, with wooden horses, raging battles, and doomed lovers, actually turned out to be true? For centuries, the story of Troy was just that, a story. The Iliad by Homer is basically the most famous war poem ever written, the tale of Achilles, Hector, Helen, and the Trojan horse. It was taught as literature, not history. Most scholars said, "Cool story, but this is just Greek mythology. None of this really happened." Troy was considered a fantasy city, like Atlantis. Then, in the 1870s, a stubborn and very eccentric German businessman named Heinrich Schliemann decided he was going to find Troy no matter what. And this wasn't just a casual interest. He was obsessed. He grew up reading Homer's epics and actually believed they described real events. Most experts laughed at him, but Schliemann didn't care. He took his fortune, went to what is now Turkey, and started digging near a place called Hisarlik. What he found shocked everyone. Layer after layer of ancient city ruins emerged. Not just one city, but 9 different cities built on top of each other over thousands of years. One layer in particular matched the time period of the Trojan War described by Homer, around 1200 BCE. The walls were massive and fortified, the kind of place you'd build if you were expecting to be attacked. And there was clear evidence of a violent destruction, burned walls, weapons, and skeletons. Even more intriguing, Schliemann found gold jewelry and artifacts he called Priam's treasure, naming them after the legendary king of Troy. To be fair, archaeologists later argue that Schliemann might have exaggerated a bit and possibly looted the site, but that's a whole drama on its own. Still, the big takeaway was undeniable. There really had been a wealthy, powerful city here that had been destroyed in a massive war. Maybe Homer's Iliad wasn't just a poetic exaggeration. Maybe it was based on something that actually happened. Today, scholars mostly agree that Troy was a real place, and that the Trojan War, or at least a Trojan War, really did happen, though probably not exactly as Homer described. The wooden horse? That might have been a poetic metaphor for a siege tactic. The gods taking sides? Definitely storytelling flair. But the central event, a huge conflict between Greeks and Trojans, was very real. What's wild is that one person's obsession turned this from myth into history. And now, when we talk about Troy, we're not just talking about an epic poem. We're talking about a real city where real people lived, fought, and died, and where archaeology brought an ancient legend back to life. Mohenjo-Daro's mass death. Imagine archaeologists digging up a 4,000-year-old city and finding skeletons just lying in the streets, as if everyone dropped dead at the same time. Sounds like a scene from a doomsday movie, right? That's exactly what happened at Mohenjo-Daro, one of the crown jewels of the Indus Valley civilization in what is now Pakistan. When it was first excavated in the 1920s, archaeologists uncovered something eerie. Dozens of skeletons sprawled in streets and homes. To early researchers, it looked like the entire population was wiped out in a single, mysterious catastrophe. And that's where things got weird. In the mid-20th century, some fringe writers, the same kind who loved talking about ancient aliens, claimed that Mohenjo-Daro had been destroyed by something like a nuclear explosion. They pointed to the strangely preserved skeletons, the city's ruined state, and even what they thought was vitrified stone, rocks supposedly melted by intense heat. They argued it was evidence of ancient advanced technology, or even a prehistoric nuclear war. It made for a sensational story, and it got repeated so often that some people still believe it today. But the real explanation is way more grounded and still fascinating. Over the past few decades, archaeologists have re-examined the site using modern methods. First off, there was no radiation, none. If there'd been some ancient nuclear blast, we'd see radioactive traces in the soil and bones. We don't. The so-called melted rocks? It turns out they were just bricks that got burned in regular old fires. Exactly what you'd expect in a city that suffered from house fires, not nukes. As for all those skeletons lying around, that was partly an illusion. Archaeologists in the 1920s were focused on the most dramatic finds, so they published pictures of the skeletons they did uncover. But the truth is, only around 40 skeletons were found. Hardly enough to represent the whole city's population, which was likely in the tens of thousands. The best evidence now suggests that Mohenjo-Daro wasn't destroyed in a single cataclysm at all. Instead, the city probably declined gradually. Repeated flooding from the Indus River damaged the infrastructure and made farming harder. Combined with possible shifts in trade routes and maybe even outbreaks of disease, people just slowly abandoned the city. Those skeletons might represent individuals who died at different times and were buried or left where they fell. So no ancient nukes, no alien death rays, just the very human story of a city that eventually couldn't sustain its population anymore. And honestly, that makes Mohenjo-Daro even more interesting. It wasn't wiped off the map in one big Hollywood-style disaster. It faded slowly, leaving behind this haunting archaeological snapshot that still makes us wonder what life was like in one of the world's first great cities. Atlantis Connections. Every time someone brings up Atlantis, it's either in a conspiracy video or a sci-fi movie. But what if the real story of Atlantis is way less alien spaceship and way more ancient natural disaster? Atlantis is probably the most famous lost city in history. The idea comes from just two texts, Plato's Timaeus and Critias, written about 2,400 years ago. In them, Plato describes a rich, advanced island civilization beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar, that tried to conquer the known world, angered the gods, and was swallowed by the sea in a single day and night. For centuries, people have been obsessed with finding it. There are Atlantis theories pointing to the Caribbean, Antarctica, even the Sahara Desert. But here's the thing. Most historians agree Plato wasn't writing a travel guide. He was a philosopher, not an archaeologist, and he was using Atlantis as an allegory, a cautionary tale about arrogance and hubris. Still, that doesn't mean the story came from pure imagination. Modern researchers have noticed that Plato's story lines up uncannily well with a real disaster that shook the ancient world, the eruption of Thera, now called Santorini, around 1600 BCE. Thera was a Minoan settlement. The Minoans were one of the most advanced Bronze Age civilizations, famous for their palace at Knossos and their gorgeous art. Then one day, their island literally blew apart. This eruption was one of the largest in human history, It sent tsunamis racing across the Aegean Sea, blanketed much of the region in ash, and likely destabilized the entire Minoan economy. Archaeologists have even found Minoan buildings frozen in time under volcanic debris, like a prehistoric version of Pompeii. If you squint a little, it's easy to see why people think Thera might have inspired the Atlantis legend. You have a highly developed island culture, a sudden, catastrophic destruction, and the sea swallowing everything. The timeline fits too. Plato was writing 1,000 years later, but stories of Thera's disaster would have echoed through Greek oral tradition for generations. Plus, there's evidence the Minoans had contact with Egypt and other cultures that passed stories around. By the time those tales reached Plato, they could have been mythologized into this grand moral fable of an arrogant city getting divine punishment. Of course, we'll probably never know for sure. Maybe Plato really did make it all up. Maybe Atlantis was based on Thera, or on several disasters stitched together into one legend. But the next time someone says Atlantis is proof of alien technology or an underwater utopia, just remember the real world already gave us something just as dramatic, a volcanic apocalypse so powerful it wiped out one of the most impressive cultures of the ancient Mediterranean. And honestly, that's way cooler than little green men. Ebla Tablets. Imagine walking into a room full of filing cabinets that no one has opened for 4,000 years, and then discovering they hold the entire history of a forgotten kingdom. That's basically what happened in the 1970s when archaeologists uncovered the ruins of Ebla, an ancient city in northern Syria. For centuries, no one even knew Ebla existed. It wasn't in the Bible. It wasn't in Greek texts. It wasn't in any famous history books. Then, in 1964, an Italian team started digging at a site called Tel Mardich. They thought they'd just find a small settlement until they hit the jackpot, a massive royal palace. And inside that palace, thousands of clay tablets. These weren't just random fragments. This was a full-blown archive, perfectly preserved. The tablets were written in cuneiform, the wedge-shaped script used across Mesopotamia, but they told a story no one had heard before. After years of painstaking translation, scholars realized they were looking at the records of an incredibly powerful kingdom that thrived around 2500 BCE, a civilization completely lost to history. The tablets listed everything: trade records, legal contracts, religious texts, royal decrees, even school exercises. There were names of cities and kings, lists of goods being traded, timber, textiles, metals, and treaties with neighboring states. They even included diplomatic letters written to places we already knew about, like Egypt and Mesopotamian city-states. Suddenly, Ebla wasn't just a name. It was a major political and economic player in the ancient world. One of the most fascinating parts? The language. The Ebla tablets turned out to be one of the earliest known Semitic languages, a linguistic family that would eventually give us Hebrew, Arabic, Aramaic, and more. Linguists went wild because it helped them understand how these languages evolved over millennia. And because the archive was so detailed, it showed us that Ebla was a hub for trade stretching from the Mediterranean to Mesopotamia. We're talking about a city-state that connected cultures and economies across thousands of miles, way earlier than anyone thought possible. Unfortunately, Ebla didn't last forever. The tablets also record that the city was eventually conquered, burned, and rebuilt multiple times before finally being destroyed around 1600 BCE, likely by invading Hittites. After that, Ebla vanished from memory until those tablets brought it roaring back to life. Today, the Ebla discovery is one of archaeology's greatest lost and found stories. It reshaped our entire understanding of early Middle Eastern history. It showed us that there were powerful city kingdoms we had never heard of, influencing politics and trade long before the famous empires like Assyria and Babylon. It's like discovering there was a whole extra chapter in human history just sitting there under the dirt, waiting for someone to find the key and start reading.
Lost City of Ubar. Some people call it the Atlantis of the Sands. For centuries, explorers thought it was just a legend. Then NASA satellites got involved, and suddenly the desert gave up its secret. The story of Ubar starts in ancient texts. The city is mentioned in Arabian folklore and in Islamic tradition as a rich and powerful place, whose people defied the divine and were destroyed, leaving nothing behind but endless desert. To Western explorers, it became a romantic mystery, a fabled trading city somewhere on the edge of the empty quarter, the largest sand desert in the world. For hundreds of years, adventurers tried to find it and failed. Some even died searching. The desert kept its silence. Fast forward to the 1980s. Archaeologist Nicholas Clapp, a documentary filmmaker turned explorer, became fascinated with the legend of Ubar. Instead of just wandering the desert like the explorers before him, he decided to use technology. He partnered with NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, which had been using satellite radar imaging to map the surface of Earth. What they did next was genius. They scanned the desert for ancient caravan routes, the paths used by camel traders thousands of years ago. These routes often leave faint trails, invisible on the ground, but detectable from space. The satellites picked up crisscrossing lines that all seemed to converge on one spot in Oman's Dhofar region. When Clapp's team went there and started digging, they discovered the remains of a large fortress-like structure buried under the sand. The walls were massive, the towers collapsed, and the whole thing looked like it had literally been swallowed by the desert. Radiocarbon dating put it around 2,000 years old. This site is now believed to be Shisur, possibly the fabled city of Ubar, or at least its fortress outpost. Archaeologists think it was a key stop on the frankincense trade route, where caravans would load up the valuable resin that was worth its weight in gold in the ancient world. The end of Ubar seems just as dramatic as the legends say. Geologists found that the fortress had collapsed into a giant sinkhole. the water source that made the settlement possible had undermined the ground over centuries until one day the whole thing just caved in. To the people of the time, it must have seemed like the city was literally cursed and swallowed by the earth. No wonder the legend was so powerful. Today, the site has been partially excavated and studied, but much of it is still covered by sand. What's incredible is that this lost city wasn't found by some lone adventurer stumbling onto ruins, but by high-tech satellites peering down from space. So yeah, Indiana Jones might use a whip and fedora, but sometimes the real key to solving ancient mysteries is NASA.
Great Zimbabwe. Picture a massive stone city with walls so tall they could hide an elephant, and for years European explorers refused to believe the locals had built it. Deep in southeastern Africa lies the ruins of Great Zimbabwe, a sprawling stone city that flourished between the 11th and 15th centuries. When you see it for the first time, it's jaw-dropping. Huge granite walls up to 30 feet high, some stretching for hundreds of meters, built without mortar. It was clearly a place of wealth and power, a capital city that once controlled trade routes for gold, ivory, and other valuable goods. But here's where the story gets ugly. When Europeans first stumbled upon Great Zimbabwe in the late 1800s, they were so shocked by the engineering skill that they refused to believe Africans could have built it. Colonial archaeologists and explorers spun all kinds of theories that it must have been built by the Phoenicians, by Arabs, even by people from the lost city of Ophir mentioned in the Bible. Basically, anyone but the local Shona people who actually lived there. These theories weren't just bad science, they were politically convenient. European colonizers wanted to justify their control over the land by erasing African history. They argued that the native population was too primitive to have built such a sophisticated city, so the ruins had to be proof of some vanished white or Middle Eastern civilization. It took decades and some very brave archaeologists to set the record straight. By the mid-20th century, after careful excavations, it became undeniable. The pottery, tools, and burial sites all pointed to a local origin. Great Zimbabwe was built by Africans for Africans. The Shona people, whose descendants still live in the area today, were the masterminds. And it wasn't just a city, it was a thriving political and economic center. The rulers of Great Zimbabwe controlled trade networks that reached as far as China and the Middle East. Archaeologists have found Chinese porcelain, Arabian glass beads, and coins from the Persian Gulf among the ruins, evidence of a truly global trading hub long before Europeans arrived. At its peak, Great Zimbabwe probably housed 10,000 to 20,000 people, making it one of the largest cities in sub-Saharan Africa at the time. The iconic stone enclosures, including the famous Great Enclosure with its conical tower, were likely used for ceremonies, royal residences, and storage of tribute from surrounding territories. Today, Great Zimbabwe is recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site and a source of pride. In fact, the very name Zimbabwe for the modern country means House of Stone. It's a reminder that Africa has its own rich history of state building, architecture, and innovation, no outside civilization required. So when you look at those towering stone walls, you're not just seeing ruins. You're seeing a story that was almost stolen, but now stands proudly as proof of Africa's genius.
Angkor's sudden fall. If you've ever seen pictures of Cambodia's Angkor Wat, you know it looks like something out of a fantasy novel. But here's the real mystery. How did a city this advanced just collapse? Angkor wasn't just a city. It was the beating heart of the Khmer Empire, one of the most powerful civilizations in Southeast Asia. At its peak, between the 12th and 13th centuries, Angkor was massive. We're talking the largest urban center on Earth at the time. Imagine sprawling temple complexes, royal palaces, bustling markets, and an intricate network of canals and reservoirs that kept the whole thing alive. Then, sometime in the 14th and 15th centuries, it all unraveled. The population dropped, the temples were abandoned, and the jungle swallowed the city. For centuries, no one really knew why. Early theories ranged from invading armies to deadly epidemics to religious upheaval. But in the last few decades, climate scientists and archaeologists teamed up, and what they found paints a picture of environmental disaster. Using tree ring data, sediment cores, and high-tech LiDAR scans of the ruins, researchers discovered that Angkor went through decades of extreme weather. First came a series of mega-droughts that lasted for years at a time. This would have been devastating for a society so dependent on rice farming and massive waterworks to feed its people. Then, as if nature wasn't done, the droughts were followed by periods of massive flooding. The sudden surges of water overwhelmed Angkor's canals and reservoirs, damaging them beyond repair. This double punch of drought and flood basically broke the city's hydraulic system, which was Angkor's lifeline. Without a functioning water system, farming collapsed. And when farming collapsed, so did the political system that held everything together. To make matters worse, this environmental crisis coincided with rising pressure from neighboring states, especially the kingdom of Ayutthaya in what is now Thailand, which eventually captured Angkor. So you had climate disaster, failing infrastructure, famine, political instability, and invading armies, a perfect storm. One of the coolest parts of this mystery being solved is how technology helped. LiDAR, a laser-based mapping tool, revealed the full scale of Angkor's city grid hidden under the jungle. It showed roads, canals, and suburbs that no one even knew existed, proving that Angkor wasn't just a temple complex, it was a giant metropolis. And that made its collapse even more dramatic. Today, Angkor Wat and the surrounding temples are some of the most visited archaeological sites in the world. But when you look at them now, you're not just seeing beautiful ruins. You're looking at the remains of a civilization brought down by forces it couldn't control. A sobering reminder that even the most advanced societies can be undone by climate change. And that might be the scariest part, because it makes Angkor's fall feel like a warning from history that we're still figuring out how to heed.
You've probably heard the story. The people of Easter Island chopped down every last tree, destroyed their own ecosystem, and starved themselves into extinction. Well, turns out that story is mostly wrong. For decades, Easter Island, or Rapa Nui as the locals call it, has been held up as the ultimate cautionary tale about overusing natural resources. The story goes like this. The islanders cut down all the trees to move their giant stone statues, the moai, and eventually had no wood left for boats, shelter, or firewood. Without trees, their soil eroded, crops failed, society collapsed into chaos, and by the time Europeans arrived in the 1700s, the culture had destroyed itself. It's a dramatic narrative, and one that became a popular metaphor for environmental collapse. But modern research paints a much more complicated and much less self-destructive picture. For starters, archaeologists have found evidence that the Rapa Nui people were actually pretty resourceful. They practiced a clever form of farming called rock mulching, where they placed stones around their crops to trap moisture and nutrients. This let them grow food even in poor soil. They also built stone gardens and chicken houses to make their food supply more reliable. So what really happened? Recent studies suggest that Easter Island's population may have been stable for centuries, and that the real collapse happened only after European contact. When Europeans first landed on the island in 1722, they brought more than just curiosity. They also brought diseases like smallpox and tuberculosis, which swept through the isolated population with devastating effect. Even worse, in the 19th century, Peruvian slave raiders captured a huge percentage of the island's population, including many of its chiefs and religious leaders, and sold them into slavery. When some survivors were eventually returned, they brought back even more diseases, leading to massive population loss. By the late 1800s, the island's numbers had dropped from several thousand to just over 100. So the collapse wasn't just a slow-motion ecological suicide. It was a catastrophe triggered by outside forces that the islanders couldn't possibly defend against. And about those moai statues? Recent experiments show that they could have been walked upright using ropes and teamwork, like giant stone penguins, meaning the islanders didn't necessarily have to clear-cut their entire forest just to move them. The new view of Easter Island is less about people destroying themselves and more about a thriving, ingenious culture devastated by contact with the outside world. It's a tragic story, but also one that gives the Rapa Nui people credit for being skilled farmers, engineers, and survivors, not reckless destroyers. So next time someone uses Easter Island as a one-liner about ecological collapse, you can tell them the real story. It wasn't hubris that doomed the island, it was smallpox and slavery.
Petra's hidden water system. You've seen Petra in movies like Indiana Jones, that jaw-dropping city carved into pink cliffs. But here's the real question. How did thousands of people survive there with almost no water? Petra, in modern-day Jordan, is one of the most stunning archaeological sites in the world. The massive rock-cut facades look like something out of a fantasy novel, a secret city hidden in the desert. It was the capital of the Nabataean kingdom around 2,000 years ago, and a major hub on trade routes connecting Arabia, Egypt, and the Mediterranean. But here's the puzzle. Petra is located in one of the driest regions on Earth. Rainfall is scarce, and there are no major rivers nearby. So how did this city, with an estimated population of up to 30,000 at its height, manage to not only survive, but thrive? For years, people assumed Petra was simply a miracle of geography, that maybe there were hidden springs or wells that kept everyone alive. But archaeologists and hydrologists eventually uncovered something far more impressive. Petra's people engineered a water system so advanced it would make modern city planners proud. The Nabataeans carved an intricate network of channels, pipes, and cisterns directly into the rock. They built dams and diversion tunnels to catch every drop of rainfall during the brief winter storms. They even had covered ceramic pipelines to keep the water clean and cool as it traveled into the city. What's truly brilliant is how efficient the system was. It could store enough water to last through the scorching dry season, support agriculture, and provide for thousands of residents and their animals. Some scholars believe Petra's system could supply water for months, even in times of drought. Archaeologists have also discovered luxury uses of water, ornamental pools and fountains, which shows just how successful the Nabataeans were at managing this precious resource. In a place where you'd expect people to be scraping by, they were actually enjoying running water features. But this genius system may have also been Petra's Achilles heel. Evidence suggests that massive flash floods eventually damaged the city's water channels, and when the Roman Empire took control of the region, trade routes shifted away from Petra. With its economy in decline and infrastructure failing, Petra slowly emptied out, leaving the haunting ruins we see today. What's fascinating is that modern engineers study Petra's water system to this day. It's considered a masterclass in sustainable desert living, a reminder that ancient civilizations often figured out environmental solutions we're still trying to perfect. So, the next time you see a picture of Petra's famous treasury building carved into the cliffs, remember, the real magic of Petra wasn't just its stonework, it was the invisible lifeline of water management that made a desert city bloom for centuries.
Hittite Empire's Disappearance. Imagine if the entire United States disappeared tomorrow. No trace, no name, nothing. And 3,000 years later, someone found a stash of government documents and went, "Wait, who were these people?" That's basically what happened with the Hittites. The Hittites were one of the great superpowers of the ancient world. Around 1600 to 1200 BCE, they ruled a massive empire based in what is now Turkey, stretching across Anatolia and into the Middle East. They fought wars with Egypt, signed the world's first known peace treaty, and controlled major trade routes, and then, poof. By around 1200 BCE, during the period historians call the Bronze Age collapse, the Hittite capital of Hattusa was burned, the empire fragmented, and their names simply vanished from history. For thousands of years, no one even remembered they had existed. The Bible mentioned Hittites, but most scholars assumed they were just a small tribe, not a world power. That all changed in the 19th and early 20th centuries. Archaeologists began finding strange inscriptions written in a language no one could read, scattered across Turkey and Syria. The real breakthrough came at the site of Hattusa, modern Bozgoy, Turkey, where they discovered massive royal archives, thousands of clay tablets written in cuneiform. For decades, those tablets sat as an unsolved puzzle. Then, in the early 1900s, a Czech linguist named Bridich Chozny cracked the code. He realized that the language on the tablets was an early form of Indo-European, meaning it was distantly related to Latin, Greek, and even English. He famously translated a line about bread and water, proving the texts were readable. Suddenly, an entire lost civilization came back into focus. The tablets revealed the names of Hittite kings, detailed treaties, including that famous peace treaty with Ramesses II of Egypt after the Battle of Kadesh, legal codes, and even mythological stories. They showed that the Hittites weren't just a footnote. They were a major empire, rivaling Egypt and Mesopotamia. And as for their disappearance, the tablets also gave clues. They recorded invasions, famines, and internal rebellions that lined up with the wider collapse that hit many Bronze Age societies around 1200 BCE. Combined with archaeological evidence of burned cities, it seems the Hittites were victims of the same perfect storm that took down much of the ancient world: climate change, invasions by mysterious sea peoples, and economic breakdown. Today, the rediscovery of the Hittites is considered one of archaeology's greatest detective stories. We went from not even knowing they existed to having detailed histories, king lists, and even personal letters from their rulers. It's a reminder that entire empires can be forgotten, and that sometimes all it takes is a handful of dusty tablets and one very determined linguist to rewrite history.
Rosetta Stone. Think about this. The pyramids of Egypt were already thousands of years old, but for most of history, nobody could actually read what the Egyptians wrote on them. Hieroglyphs, those little pictures carved into temple walls and tombs, were everywhere in ancient Egypt. But after the last temples closed in the 4th century CE, the knowledge of how to read them vanished. For over 1,500 years, they were a complete mystery. People guessed they were magical symbols, secret codes, or just decorative art. In reality, they were a full writing system, but no one alive knew how to read a single word. The breakthrough came in 1799 during Napoleon's campaign in Egypt. French soldiers, while rebuilding a fort near a town called Rosetta, Rashid, unearthed a large slab of stone. On it was an inscription written 3 times, once in Greek, once in Demotic, a later Egyptian script, and once in hieroglyphics. This was the Rosetta Stone, and the reason it was so important is simple. The Greek section could be read, because Greek never really disappeared. That meant, in theory, it was a direct translation of the hieroglyphic and demotic texts. Suddenly, scholars had a decoder ring. But it wasn't easy. For decades,
brilliant minds across Europe tried to crack the code, some made wild guesses, like the idea that each hieroglyph was just a symbol for a single concept. The real hero of the story turned out to be a French linguist named Jean-François Champollion. He was obsessed with ancient languages, and he had a gift for spotting patterns. By carefully comparing the Greek names of rulers like Ptolemy and Cleopatra with the hieroglyphics, Champollion figured out that hieroglyphs weren't just pictures, they could also represent sounds, just like letters. That was the key. In 1822, he announced he could finally read ancient Egyptian. After 1,500 years of silence, the voices of the pharaohs came back to life. This discovery completely transformed Egyptology. Suddenly, we could understand tomb inscriptions, temple carvings, and even everyday notes written on scraps of papyrus. Ancient Egypt wasn't just monumental statues and mysterious symbols anymore. It was a civilization speaking in its own words. We learned about their taxes, their prayers, their love letters, even their bad jokes. The Rosetta Stone itself is now one of the most visited artifacts in the British Museum. It's not flashy, it's literally a broken slab of rock, but its impact is enormous. Without it, the history of ancient Egypt would still be locked away. And the coolest part? All it took was a lucky discovery, a bilingual inscription, and one stubborn linguist who refused to give up on the puzzle.
Mayan Glyphs. The Maya weren't silent and mysterious. We just didn't know how to read what they were saying. For centuries, the temples and stelae of the ancient Maya were covered in strange, intricate carvings that no one could understand. Early explorers marveled at the glyphs, but assumed they were just decorative or religious symbols. Some even believed the Maya didn't have a real writing system, just a kind of picture language that couldn't record complex ideas. That view turned out to be completely wrong. In the mid-20th century, a Soviet linguist named Yuri Konorozov made the first major breakthrough. Studying reproductions of the few surviving Mayan codices, folded bark paper books, Konorozov noticed that many of the glyphs appeared in repeating patterns. He proposed something radical, that Mayan writing was partly phonetic, meaning some of the glyphs represented syllables, not just whole ideas. At first, Western scholars were skeptical, some even dismissive. But over time, more evidence supported Konorozov's theory. In the mid-20th century, epigraphers like Linda Shale, Tatiana Proskuryakov, and a young prodigy named David Stewart pushed the decipherment forward. They figured out how to break down names of kings, place names, and dates. Suddenly, the glyphs started to talk. And what they revealed was not just astronomy charts and religious texts, though the Maya were incredible astronomers, but full-blown dynastic histories. The carvings told stories of royal births, marriages, alliances, wars, and even bloody ritual sacrifices. They recorded the rise and fall of city-states, the rivalries between powerful kings, and victories celebrated with elaborate ceremonies. This discovery completely transformed our understanding of the Maya. Instead of being some mysterious priestly culture that just looked at the stars, we now know they were a politically sophisticated civilization, with city-states constantly jockeying for power. More like ancient Greece than a quiet utopia.
Even their doomsday calendar, which caused such a panic in 2012, turned out to just be the end of a long cycle, like the odometer of a car rolling over. The Maya weren't predicting the end of the world. They were keeping time with mind-blowing precision. Today, we can read about 90% of the Mayan glyphs, and new translations are still coming. Every year, archaeologists uncover more inscriptions that add to this living history. It's like slowly turning the pages of a massive lost library. The decipherment of Mayan writing gave the Maya their voices back. Their pyramids and temples aren't just ruins anymore. They're archives of human ambition, creativity, and conflict, speaking across 1,000 years to tell us who they really were.
Linear B. Strange symbols carved on clay tablets sat in museums for decades. No one could read them until an architect with no formal degree in archaeology cracked the code. Linear B is one of those archaeological mysteries that had scholars scratching their heads for years. The script was first discovered on clay tablets in Crete in the early 20th century. Archaeologist Sir Arthur Evans, who excavated the Palace of Knossos, gave the script its name and assumed it belonged to the Minoans, the advanced Bronze Age civilization that built the palace. But the problem was, no one could read it. The symbols didn't look like Greek or Egyptian or anything familiar. They were too many to be an alphabet, but too few to be a purely pictographic system. For decades, Linear B was an unsolved riddle, an archaeological dead end. Enter Michael Ventris. He wasn't a professional archaeologist or linguist. He was an architect. But he had a passion for puzzles and languages, and Linear B became his obsession. In his spare time, he analyzed every single known inscription, creating massive grids and charts to look for patterns. The breakthrough came in the early 1950s. Ventris noticed that certain groups of symbols always appeared together, like names or titles. He guessed that they might represent place names on Crete, places we already knew from later Greek history. When he tested this idea, the symbols started to line up in a way that made sense. In 1952, Ventris announced his shocking conclusion. Linear B was not some mysterious lost language. It was actually an early form of Greek, the oldest known form of the language, used centuries before Homer's Iliad was ever written. This was a game changer. Suddenly, those tablets weren't just random lists of symbols. They were records of a Mycenaean Greek civilization that existed in the late Bronze Age. They listed inventories of chariots, grain, olive oil, offerings to gods, even workers' names and job assignments. The discovery revealed that the Mycenaeans, the Greeks of the Trojan War era, were literate bureaucrats running complex palace economies. It also proved that Greek culture stretched back much further than historians had thought, linking the world of Homer's epics to real historical kingdoms. Tragically, Michael Ventris didn't get to enjoy his fame for long. Just a few years after his discovery, he died in a car accident at the age of 34. But his work transformed our understanding of early Greek history forever. Today, Linear B is fully deciphered and is considered one of the great code-breaking achievements of the 20th century,
right up there with cracking the Enigma code. It reminds us that sometimes solving history's biggest mysteries doesn't require an academic title, just relentless curiosity and a mind that refuses to let go of a puzzle.
Behistun Inscription. A lone scholar stands on a cliffside in Persia, copying mysterious symbols by hand, risking his life just to unlock the voices of the ancient world. For centuries, cuneiform writing, those little wedge-shaped marks pressed into clay, was a mystery. Archaeologists had dug up thousands of tablets from Mesopotamia, but no one could read them. They were like giant libraries full of books in a language no one could understand. The key turned out to be carved high on a cliffside in what is now Iran. The Behistun Inscription, sometimes spelled Bisotun, is a massive trilingual inscription commissioned by King Darius the Great of Persia around 500 BCE. It tells the story of how he became king and crushed his rivals, written in 3 languages: Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian, a form of Akkadian. The inscription itself is breathtaking, over 300 feet up a sheer rock face, with carved figures of Darius and his defeated enemies. But in the 19th century, it was more than just art. It was the ancient world's version of the Rosetta Stone. Enter Sir Henry Rawlinson, a British Army officer and scholar stationed in Persia. In the 1830s and 40s, Rawlinson became fascinated by the strange wedge-shaped writing on the cliff. He literally risked his neck climbing the rock face to copy down the inscription, sometimes dangling by ropes to get to the higher sections. By comparing the 3 languages, Rawlinson managed to crack Old Persian first, which gave him a starting point. Then he moved on to the other languages, eventually figuring out how to read Babylonian cuneiform. This was a massive breakthrough. Suddenly, scholars could begin to read the tablets coming out of Mesopotamian digs. And what those tablets revealed was mind-blowing. The laws of Hammurabi, the Epic of Gilgamesh, letters between kings, trade records, and more. We finally heard the voices of Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, and Assyria, civilizations that had been silent for over 2,000 years. The Behistun inscription was so important that it's often called the Rosetta Stone of cuneiform. Without it, we'd still be staring at undeciphered clay tablets, wondering what they said. Today, Behistun is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and you can still see Darius's triumphant scene carved into the rock, though thankfully no one has to dangle from ropes anymore to study it. What makes this story so compelling is the image of one determined man clinging to a mountainside, copying symbols no one could read, convinced they held the key to an entire lost world. And he was right. Because of that dangerous climb, we now have access to one of humanity's oldest and richest written traditions. Old Persian writing. Before the 1800s, no one on earth could read the words of Darius the Great, the king who ruled one of the largest empires in history. Old Persian was the royal script of the Achaemenid Empire, used by kings like Darius and Xerxes to boast about their victories and issue decrees. It's found on monuments, palaces, and inscriptions all over ancient Persia. The problem? For nearly 2 millennia, the script was completely undeciphered. It looked simple at first glance, fewer than 50 signs, neat and clean compared to the complexity of Mesopotamian cuneiform. But for centuries, it was just a mystery pattern of wedges. Scholars couldn't even tell whether it was an alphabet, a syllabary, or some kind of symbolic code. The breakthrough came in the early 1800s. European scholars began noticing that some inscriptions were written in multiple scripts side by side, a bit like ancient translations. The most famous example is the Behistun Inscription, carved by King Darius himself around 500 BCE. By comparing the known Greek names of Persian kings like Darius, Xerxes, and Cyrus with recurring patterns in the inscriptions, researchers slowly began to assign sounds to symbols. This was painstaking work. Scholars like Georg Friedrich Grotefend essentially guessed which words might mean king or Darius and looked for matches. Grotefend's educated guesses turned out to be right. He realized that Old Persian was an alphabetic script, not just symbols. Once a few names were identified, the rest of the language fell into place like a giant crossword puzzle. Suddenly, we could read what the Persian kings had actually written about themselves, and what a story it was. Darius used these inscriptions to legitimize his rule, describing how he crushed rebels, organized his empire, and honored the god Ahura Mazda. The inscriptions gave us priceless historical details about the empire's administration, religion, and worldview. This also opened the door to understanding other ancient languages. Once Old Persian was cracked, scholars could use it as a key to work on Elamite and Akkadian, the other 2 languages carved alongside it at sites like Behistun. Deciphering Old Persian didn't just revive one language. It jump-started the entire field of Near Eastern archaeology. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to piece together the political and cultural history of the Persian Empire, which was one of the most influential powers of the ancient world. Today, when we watch movies like 300 or hear the name Xerxes, we're not just relying on Greek historians. We can actually read what the Persians themselves wrote about those same events. All because a few patient scholars compared repeated patterns across stone monuments and figured out how to give sound back to a long-dead language.
Dead Sea Scrolls. In 1947, a Bedouin shepherd threw a rock into a cave and heard the sound of something breaking. What he found inside changed biblical history forever. The Dead Sea Scrolls are one of the most extraordinary archaeological discoveries of the 20th century, and it all started by accident. According to the story, a young Bedouin shepherd near Qumran, close to the Dead Sea in modern Israel, was searching for a stray goat. He tossed a stone into a cave and heard the shattering of pottery. When he climbed inside, he discovered large clay jars, and inside those jars were ancient scrolls, perfectly preserved in the dry desert air. That one cave led to a massive search of the surrounding cliffs. Over the next decade, archaeologists and locals discovered 11 caves filled with manuscripts, more than 900 texts in total. These scrolls were written on parchment and papyrus, and they turned out to be about 2,000 years old, dating to between the 3rd century BCE and the 1st century CE. But what were they? At first, scholars didn't know if they were biblical texts, random writings, or some completely unknown religion. After years of study, researchers realized that the scrolls included copies of almost every book of the Hebrew Bible, except Esther, plus many other texts that weren't part of the Bible, but told us a ton about Jewish life and beliefs at the time. Some of the scrolls were rule books, calendars, and commentaries belonging to a Jewish sect, possibly the Essenes, a group that lived apart from mainstream society, focusing on ritual purity and waiting for the end times. Others were apocalyptic prophecies, hymns, and even war manuals describing a coming cosmic battle between good and evil. The discovery of the scrolls was a game changer for biblical scholarship. Before this, the oldest copies of the Hebrew Bible we had were from about 1,000 years after the time these scrolls were written. Suddenly, scholars could compare the Dead Sea Scroll versions with the later ones, and they found that the texts were almost identical, proving how carefully they had been copied for centuries. But the scrolls also revealed the diversity of Jewish thought at the time. They showed us that there were different sects, different interpretations of the law, and a lot of expectation about a coming Messiah. This helped historians better understand the world in which both Judaism and early Christianity developed. Today, many of the scrolls are on display in Jerusalem's Shrine of the Book Museum, and researchers are still using high-tech imaging to read fragments too fragile to unroll. Every year, new insights come out of these ancient texts, all because a shepherd threw a rock into a cave and ended up reopening a window into one of the most pivotal eras in religious history.
Cretan Phaistos disc. What if the most mysterious artifact from ancient Crete wasn't a secret code or alien message, but just a prayer? The Phaistos disc is one of archaeology's most puzzling finds. Discovered in 1908 in the Minoan Palace of Phaistos on the island of Crete, it's a small clay disc about 6 inches across, stamped on both sides with 241 symbols arranged in a spiral. These symbols include human figures, animals, tools, and plants, all pressed into the wet clay with stamps, making it the earliest known example of printed text in history. From the moment it was found, the disc has been a magnet for theories.
Some people thought it was a calendar. Others thought it was a board game. Some claimed it was a coded message from a lost civilization. And of course, the usual suspects suggested aliens. The biggest challenge was that the disk is unique. No other examples of this writing system have been found, so scholars have nothing to compare it to. Without a Rosetta Stone or a large corpus of texts, deciphering it seemed impossible. But in recent decades, researchers have taken a new approach. Instead of trying to decode every symbol, they analyzed the patterns and structure of the text. They noticed that the symbols are grouped into words separated by lines, and many of these words repeat, just like a chant or poem might. Some linguists now believe the disk represents a hymn or prayer, possibly connected to a goddess cult. The repeated words might be ritual phrases, and the spiral layout might have been designed to be read or sung while rotating the disk. This interpretation fits with what we know about the Minoans, who had a strong religious culture focused on nature and fertility. The palace where the disk was found may have been a ceremonial center, making a ritual text a logical find. Not everyone agrees the Phaistos disk still has its share of mystery, but the prayer hypothesis is gaining traction because it explains the repetition and the careful layout without requiring a complex code. What's cool is that this shifts the narrative. For years, the disk was treated like some ancient puzzle waiting to be solved, a kind of Minoan Da Vinci Code. But if it really is a prayer, it's not meant to be cryptic at all. It was likely something deeply meaningful to the people who made it, a way to connect with their gods. So, the next time you see a picture of the Phaistos disk, think less about secret messages and more about someone 3,700 years ago, carefully stamping those symbols into clay as part of their spiritual life. It's less a mystery code and more a whisper from the past.
Nabonidus Chronicle. You've probably heard that Babylon's last king was a religious fanatic who abandoned his city. But the ancient records tell a very different story. For centuries, King Nabonidus, the last ruler of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, had one of the worst reputations in history. The main sources we had about him came from later Mesopotamian scribes, and famously, the Book of Daniel in the Bible, where he's often confused with Nebuchadnezzar. These accounts paint Nabonidus as a strange, almost unhinged king who abandoned Babylon for years, leaving the empire to fall to Cyrus the Great of Persia. But then, archaeologists discovered something remarkable: the Nabonidus Chronicle, one of a series of Babylonian cuneiform texts known as the Babylonian Chronicles. These were basically ancient historical records written year by year on clay tablets. One of them focused specifically on Nabonidus's reign, and what it revealed completely changed how we see him. First, the chronicle confirmed that Nabonidus did spend about 10 years away from Babylon, living in a place called Tema in the Arabian desert. But far from being a sign of insanity or neglect, This may have been a political move. Archaeologists now think Nabonidus was consolidating trade routes and building influence in the region, a strategic choice, not a breakdown. Second, the chronicle shows that Nabonidus didn't abandon the empire. He left his son, Belshazzar, in charge as regent. Yes, the same Belshazzar from the famous Writing on the Wall story in Daniel. Babylon was still being governed, temples were still functioning, and life went on. Even Nabonidus's supposed religious mania, the claim that he worshipped the moon god Sin over Babylon's chief god Marduk, seems less dramatic in context. The chronicle and other inscriptions suggest Nabonidus was a devout king, but also a competent administrator who rebuilt temples and restored religious ceremonies. When Cyrus the Great of Persia eventually conquered Babylon in 539 BCE, the chronicle describes it in a surprisingly matter-of-fact tone. No epic battle, no dramatic collapse. Babylon opened its gates peacefully, and Nabonidus was captured, but apparently not killed. The discovery of the Nabonidus Chronicle didn't just rewrite the biography of one king, it reminded historians to be careful about taking ancient propaganda at face value. Much of Nabonidus's bad press came from priests of Marduk who didn't like his religious policies. In other words, he got a bad rap because the people writing history were his political enemies. Today, Nabonidus is seen less as a mad king and more as a complex figure who faced serious challenges at the end of Babylon's glory days. Thanks to a few clay tablets, we can see him as he really was, not as the villain of the story, but as a ruler caught in the tides of history.
Rongorongo of Easter Island. On tiny wooden tablets found on a remote Pacific island, there's a writing system no one can fully read, but what we can decipher might hold the island's family tree. Rongorongo is one of the world's most fascinating and frustrating archaeological puzzles. It's a unique writing system found only on Rapa Nui, better known as Easter Island, carved onto wooden tablets, staffs, and other objects. The script is made up of hundreds of little glyphs, stylized human figures, animals, plants, and geometric shapes. When European missionaries arrived on the island in the 19th century, they reported that the locals used these tablets in rituals, chanting as they read them. But tragedy struck quickly. Most of the island's population was devastated by disease and slave raids, and with them went the knowledge of how to read Rongorongo. Today, only about 24 authentic Rongorongo artifacts survive, scattered in museums around the world. That tiny number is part of why decipherment has been so hard. There just isn't enough text to compare patterns the way scholars did with Egyptian hieroglyphs or Mayan glyphs. Still, researchers have made some progress. By looking for repeating glyphs and patterns, linguists think Rongorongo may record genealogies, lists of names passed down through generations. Some tablets seem to follow a structure consistent with oral recitations of ancestors, which were incredibly important in Polynesian cultures. Other scholars have suggested that Rongorongo might include lunar calendars, agricultural information, or religious chants. What makes it especially intriguing is the writing direction. It uses a unique system called reverse boustrophodon. where every other line is flipped upside down. To read it, you'd rotate the tablet at the end of each line, like turning a steering wheel. But the full meaning? Still a mystery. No bilingual key like a Rosetta Stone has ever been found, and with so few surviving tablets, progress is painfully slow. Every new insight sparks debates among experts, and sometimes they even disagree on whether Rongorongo is a full writing system, representing spoken language, or more of a proto-writing system, just symbolic cues for reciters. What we do know is that these tablets are priceless. They are some of the only written records created in total isolation by a culture that developed its own system without influence from outside writing traditions. That makes Rongorongo one of the rarest glimpses we have into the independent invention of writing. So for now, Rongorongo remains one of history's last great undeciphered scripts. Every time a new researcher picks up the puzzle, there's a chance they might crack it wide open and finally let the voices of Rapa Nui's ancestors speak again after more than a century of silence. Proto-Sinaitic Script. The letters you're reading right now, A, B, C, can actually trace their family tree back to some scratchy carvings made by miners in a desert 4,000 years ago. It's easy to take the alphabet for granted. We use it every day to text, read signs, write emails. But where did it actually come from? For a long time, scholars thought our alphabet originated with the Phoenicians around 1200 BCE, but a series of discoveries in the Sinai Peninsula pushed that origin story even further back to something called Proto-Sinaitic Script. In the early 20th century, archaeologists found inscriptions carved into rocks near ancient turquoise mines in Serabet el-Khadim, Egypt. These weren't Egyptian hieroglyphs, but they weren't exactly random scribbles either. They were simple, linear symbols that seemed to borrow ideas from hieroglyphs, but stripped them down to their essence. For decades, these carvings puzzled researchers. Then, in the 1990s, epigrapher Orly Goldwasser and others started piecing them together. They realized these symbols represented a very early alphabet, possibly the first alphabet ever created. Here's how it likely happened. Semitic-speaking workers or miners in Egypt saw Egyptian hieroglyphs and borrowed some of the shapes, but instead of keeping their original Egyptian meanings, they used them for sounds in their own language. For example, they might take the Egyptian hieroglyph of an ox head, which in Egyptian meant ox, and use it just for its first sound, aleph. This idea of using symbols for sounds rather than whole words or syllables was revolutionary. This Proto-Sinaitic system eventually spread north into Canaan, evolved into Proto-Canaanite, then Phoenician, and from there into Greek and Latin. In other words, when you write a letter A, you're writing a symbol whose DNA goes all the way back to those miners' carvings of an ox head in the Sinai Desert. What's incredible is how humble the beginnings of the alphabet were. We're talking about rough, almost graffiti-like carvings done by ordinary people, not royal scribes or temple priests. In fact, that might be why it became so powerful. It was simple and easy to learn compared to the complex hieroglyphic or cuneiform systems. This made literacy possible for more people, not just elites. Today, Proto-Sinaitic inscriptions are still rare, and scholars are still debating some of the symbols' exact meanings. But there's broad agreement that this is the root of the alphabetic principle, a concept that changed human communication forever. So next time you jot down a grocery list or send a text, think about it. You're using a system invented by ancient workers, scratching marks into stone, trying to make sense of their world. And somehow, across 4 millennia, their idea survived and became the foundation for nearly every alphabet on Earth.
Antikythera Mechanism. Over 2,000 years ago, someone built a machine with gears so precise it could predict eclipses. And we didn't even know it existed until a shipwreck revealed it. In 1901, sponge divers exploring a Roman-era shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera pulled up what looked like a corroded lump of bronze. At first, no one thought much of it, just another piece of debris from the wreck. But when it broke apart, archaeologists noticed something astonishing. Inside were dozens of interlocking gears. This was no simple object. It was a machine. Over the next century, researchers studied the fragments using X-rays, CT scans, and 3D imaging, slowly piecing it back together. What emerged was mind-blowing. The Antikythera Mechanism was a kind of mechanical computer built in the 1st or 2nd century BCE. It had at least 30 bronze gears, dials on the front and back, and inscriptions explaining how to use it. So what did it do? The mechanism could predict the positions of the sun, moon, and planets, track lunar phases, and even forecast eclipses decades in advance. It basically let its user model the heavens with the turn of a crank. The back dials even kept track of athletic events like the ancient Olympic Games, showing when they would take place. This was a level of mechanical sophistication no one thought the ancient world had reached. Before this discovery, most historians believed geared machines like this didn't exist until the Middle Ages, more than 1,000 years later. The Antikythera Mechanism completely rewrote the history of technology. It proved that ancient Greek scientists weren't just philosophers sitting around speculating about the cosmos. They were skilled engineers capable of building precision instruments that could do real calculations. Who made it? That's still debated, but some scholars think it may have been connected to the school of Hipparchus, one of the greatest astronomers of antiquity. Its complex gear ratios seem to match Hipparchus's theories of lunar motion. And here's the wildest part. This wasn't necessarily a one-off invention. The inscriptions suggest there may have been other devices like it, but they simply didn't survive. The Antikythera Mechanism might be the lone survivor of an entire lost tradition of ancient engineering. Today, you can see the original fragments in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens, and there are working replicas that show just how stunningly advanced it really was. Turn the handle, and you can watch the heavens move, just as an ancient Greek scholar would have seen them. It's been called the world's first computer, and it reminds us that human curiosity about the universe has always been matched by our ingenuity to build tools to understand it.
Roman concrete's durability. Modern concrete cracks in a few decades, but Roman built harbors and aqueducts 2,000 years ago that are still standing. How is that even possible? Roman concrete is one of the greatest secrets of the ancient world, and for centuries no one could quite figure out why it lasted so much longer than ours. Modern concrete, the stuff we use in bridges, sidewalks, and skyscrapers, starts to crumble after about 50 to 100 years unless it's maintained. But Roman structures like the Colosseum, aqueducts, and seaside piers have survived earthquakes, storms, and centuries of use. So what was their secret? For a long time, people assumed Roman concrete was just better somehow, that they used stronger stone or a magical recipe that we had lost. But recent research has finally cracked the code, and the answer is even cooler than anyone expected. Roman engineers used a mix of volcanic ash, lime, and seawater to create their concrete, known as opus caementicium. This wasn't just a random choice. The volcanic ash, particularly from the region around Puzulia near Naples, had special chemical properties. Here's where it gets wild. When Roman concrete cracks, it doesn't just sit there getting worse. It can actually heal itself. Modern scientists discovered that when water seeps into Roman concrete, it triggers a chemical reaction with the lime and ash, causing new minerals to grow inside the crack and seal it up. That means Roman concrete actually gets stronger over time, especially in marine environments. Some of their harbor structures have been underwater for nearly 2 millennia and are still holding together, while modern concrete in similar conditions would have turned to mush long ago. The Romans may not have understood the chemistry the way we do now, but they definitely knew the results. They deliberately sourced volcanic ash from specific locations and transported it across the empire to build long-lasting infrastructure. This allowed them to create roads, aqueducts, bridges, and public baths that tied the Roman world together, and many of them are still in use today. What's amazing is that modern engineers are now studying Roman concrete to design new, more sustainable materials. Our concrete production is one of the biggest sources of CO2 emissions in the world. So if we can make concrete that lasts centuries and repairs itself, we could drastically cut down on rebuilding costs and environmental impact. So the next time you see the Colosseum or a Roman aqueduct, don't just think about gladiators or chariots. Think about the material science genius behind it. The Romans didn't just build monuments, they built them to last practically forever, using a recipe we're only now beginning to fully appreciate.
Greek fire. Pictured this. You're on a wooden ship, and suddenly flaming liquid comes flying at you. And it doesn't just burn, it keeps burning on the water. Greek fire was the superweapon of the Byzantine Empire, and it terrified everyone who faced it. Used from around the 7th century CE onward, this mysterious substance could be sprayed or hurled at enemy ships, where it would cling to wood, sails, and even water, burning so intensely that it was almost impossible to put out. Contemporary sources describe scenes of absolute chaos. Enemy fleets set ablaze, sailors leaping overboard, only to find the water itself on fire. Buckets of water didn't work, and trying to scrape it off just spread the flames. The only known way to extinguish Greek fire was by smothering it with sand, vinegar, or old urine. Not exactly battlefield-friendly solutions. For centuries, the exact formula was a closely guarded state secret. It was so secret that not even all Byzantine emperors were allowed to know it. Only a select group of chemists and engineers kept the recipe, passing it down from generation to generation. Modern researchers still haven't discovered the exact formula, but most agree it was probably petroleum-based, using ingredients like crude oil, pitch, sulfur, and quicklime. Some accounts suggest it was delivered through siphons that acted like flamethrowers mounted on the decks of Byzantine ships. This gave the empire a huge military advantage, especially against Arab navies during the 7th and 8th centuries. The psychological effect was as devastating as the physical damage. Enemy soldiers believed it was a kind of divine fire because it seemed unnatural, a literal hellfire sent from God. This reputation helped Byzantium hold on to its capital, Constantinople, through several sieges when it otherwise might have fallen. Eventually, the secret was lost, probably sometime around the 13th century, as the empire declined and its knowledge was scattered. Later imitations of Greek fire never worked quite the same way, which suggests that the original formula and the special equipment needed to deploy it really was unique. What makes Greek fire so fascinating is that it shows just how advanced Byzantine science and military engineering were. This wasn't just a lucky accident. It was deliberate chemistry and weapon design centuries ahead of its time. Today, historians and chemists have tried to recreate Greek fire in labs with mixed results. Some versions do produce sticky flames that burn on water, but no one knows for sure if they've matched the original. The mystery only adds to its legend. So the next time you hear the phrase "playing with fire," remember the Byzantines, who quite literally weaponized it and turned the tide of wars with a secret recipe we still can't fully replicate.
Nabataean hydraulic systems. Long before Las Vegas figured out how to pipe water to a desert, the Nabataeans built a thriving trade empire in the middle of nowhere, without a single natural river. The Nabataeans are best known as the people who built Petra, the jaw-dropping rose-red city carved into the cliffs of modern-day Jordan. But here's the real genius behind their success. They weren't just great architects, they were absolute masters of water engineering. Their territory was one of the harshest places on Earth. Rainfall was minimal, rivers were seasonal, and summers were brutally dry. Yet the Nabataeans turned this environment into a flourishing trade hub, supporting tens of thousands of people, caravans of camels, and a steady stream of merchants traveling along the incense and spice routes. The secret was their sophisticated hydraulic system. The Nabataeans designed a network of dams, channels, and cisterns to capture every drop of rainwater that fell. They'd carved channels into the rock to funnel runoff into storage tanks, sometimes miles away from the source.
These cisterns were covered to prevent evaporation, crucial in the desert heat. What's even more impressive is how they managed flash floods. Desert rains can be sudden and violent, and if left uncontrolled, they can destroy everything in their path. The Nabataeans built diversion systems that slowed the flow of water and directed it safely into reservoirs. They turned dangerous floods into life-giving water supplies. This wasn't just survival, it was abundance. Archaeologists have found evidence of agriculture supported by these water systems, vineyards, orchards, and fields that fed the city's population and allowed them to store surpluses. They even had enough water to maintain fountains and gardens, which would have seemed like pure luxury to travelers arriving from the desert. Their control over water gave the Nabataeans control over trade. Caravans traveling through the region had no choice but to stop at Nabataean cities to rest, resupply, and pay taxes or tolls. This made Petra and other settlements wealthy and powerful enough to rival neighboring kingdoms and even Rome at times. Eventually, the Nabataean kingdom was absorbed by the Roman Empire in the 2nd century CE. But the Romans valued the water system so much that they maintained and even expanded them, keeping Petra and its surrounding region thriving for centuries. Today, you can still see remnants of these systems carved into the rock, channels, dams, and cisterns that have survived for 2,000 years. Modern hydrologists study them as examples of sustainable desert living, and some of their techniques are inspiring modern water conservation projects. So, while Petra's monumental facades get all the glory, the real reason the Nabataeans thrived was because they turned the desert into a carefully managed water machine. Their secret wasn't luck. It was engineering brilliance that kept their world alive.
Inca stone walls. Go ahead, try it. You can't even slip a credit card between the stones of an Inca wall. So how did they build them so perfectly, without mortar? The stone walls of the Inca Empire are some of the most jaw-dropping feats of engineering in the ancient world. If you visit Cusco, Peru, or the mountaintop citadel of Machu Picchu, you'll see them. Massive, irregularly shaped stones stacked together with such precision that they've survived earthquakes, rain, and centuries of time, all without a single drop of cement. For years, these walls baffled researchers. Some people even suggested wild theories, from lost technology to help from extraterrestrials, because the stones are so big and fit so tightly. The question was, how did the Incas cut and move these blocks with no iron tools and no wheels? Recent archaeological experiments have given us a much more down-to-earth answer, and it's still incredibly impressive. The Incas used hammerstones, basically hard river rocks, to pound and shape the stones. This was slow, grueling work, but over time it allowed them to create flat faces that could fit together. Then came the clever part. They used a process of trial and error. They'd set a stone into place, mark where it didn't fit, lift it back out, and chip away at the high spots. Over and over they repeated this process until the stones locked together like puzzle pieces. Some researchers think they also used water to soften the stone surface slightly, which would have made shaping easier. The result? A wall that isn't just beautiful, but also incredibly stable. In fact, the irregular jigsaw-like pattern was part of the genius. When earthquakes hit the Andes, and they hit often, the walls didn't crack or topple. The stones just shifted slightly and then settled back into place. This seismic resistance is why so many Inca structures are still standing when later colonial buildings nearby have collapsed. The choice of stone also mattered. The Incas often used andesite or diorite, very hard volcanic rocks that are tough to break but incredibly durable. Moving them was another feat. The blocks could weigh many tons. Without wheels or draft animals, they relied on manpower, ropes, levers, and ramps to move stones from quarries to construction sites, sometimes over miles of steep terrain. When the Spanish conquistadors arrived in the 16th century, they were so impressed with the Inca walls that they reused many of them as foundations for their own buildings, which is why you see Inca stonework holding up modern structures in Cusco.
Baghdad Battery. In the 1930s, archaeologists near Baghdad found a clay jar with copper and iron inside, and some people claimed it was an ancient battery that proved electricity existed 2,000 years ago. The so-called Baghdad Battery is one of the most debated artifacts in archaeology, and one of the most sensationalized. It was discovered near modern-day Baghdad in 1938 at a Parthian-era site dating to around 200 BCE to 200 CE. The artifact itself is simple: a clay jar about 5 inches tall, containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod sealed with asphalt. When researchers first studied it, they noticed that if you filled the jar with an acidic liquid, like vinegar or lemon juice, it could generate a small electric current. Cue the headlines: "Ancient Electricity Discovered." Popular writers and TV shows ran wild with theories. Some claimed the Mesopotamians used electricity to light their temples. Others suggested it was evidence of a lost high-tech civilization, or even alien influence. But as fun as those ideas are, there's no real evidence for ancient light bulbs or alien tech. Modern scholars have taken a closer look at the jar and come to a more grounded explanation. It was probably used for electroplating. That is, using a mild electric current to coat small objects with a thin layer of precious metal like gold or silver. Electroplating would have been incredibly useful in the ancient world. It allowed artisans to make cheaper objects look like solid gold or silver without using as much of the expensive metal. And we do have evidence of electroplated artifacts from the region, which supports the idea. It's also possible the jar wasn't meant to be a battery at all. Some experts argue it may have been used as a simple storage container, and that its resemblance to a galvanic cell is just a coincidence. After all, no wires, switches, or other electrical devices were found nearby, just the jars. Still, the Baghdad Battery remains a fascinating artifact because it shows how creative ancient inventors could be. Even if it wasn't a battery in the way we think of today, the fact that it can generate electricity is pretty amazing.
And if they were using it for electroplating, it means they had at least some experimental knowledge of chemical reactions centuries before the science of electricity was formally discovered. Today, replicas of the Baghdad Battery can be seen in museums, and they still spark curiosity, pun intended. Scientists continue to experiment with them to see what kinds of results ancient people might have achieved. So, no, it probably didn't power a light bulb or charge an iPhone, but it might just be the earliest example of humans using chemical power to do work, and that's impressive enough without aliens.
Stonehenge Construction. It's sunrise on the Salisbury Plain 4,500 years ago, and hundreds of people are straining at ropes, dragging massive stones across the landscape. No cranes, no trucks, just raw human power. Stonehenge might be the most famous prehistoric monument in the world, and one of the most mythologized. For centuries, people have wondered, how did Neolithic builders move those enormous stones, some weighing over 25 tons, and arrange them in a perfect circle? Ancient alien enthusiasts love to say extraterrestrials must have helped, because the feat seems impossible without modern machinery. But archaeologists have spent decades piecing together the puzzle, and the answer is far more human, and in many ways far more impressive. First, let's talk about the stones themselves. Stonehenge is made of two main types, the sarsen stones and the smaller blue stones. The sarsens, some over 20 feet tall, came from about 20 miles away. The blue stones are even more incredible. They came from Wales, over 150 miles away. So how did they move them? Experimental archaeology has provided some answers. Teams of researchers have tried recreating the process using only Stone Age technology, wooden sledges, ropes, and lots of teamwork. The results show that with enough people, probably hundreds at a time, stones could be dragged over wooden tracks or rolled on logs. For the blue stones, there's evidence they may have been floated part of the way on rafts or dragged along ancient trackways. When it came to raising the stones, the builders likely dug large pits, tipped the stones upright, and used ropes and levers and sheer manpower to haul them into position. The lintels, the horizontal stones on top, were probably raised gradually using earthen ramps and then levered into place. What's amazing is that Stonehenge wasn't built all at once. Construction happened in phases over more than 1,000 years, starting around 3000 BCE. This wasn't a quick project. It was a multi-generational labor of love, with each generation adding or rearranging stones to create the monument we see today. And the purpose? While still debated, most archaeologists agree it had to do with astronomy and ritual. The stones are aligned with the solstices, meaning on the longest and shortest days of the year, the sun rises and sets in perfect alignment with the monument. This suggests it was a kind of calendar, a sacred place where people gathered to mark the changing seasons. The takeaway? No aliens needed, just brilliant planning, deep knowledge of engineering and astronomy, and an enormous communal effort.
Far from being primitive, the people who built Stonehenge were skilled engineers and organizers, and they left behind one of the most enduring monuments in human history.
Egyptian Pyramid Ramp Theory. How do you build a 480-foot-tall skyscraper out of stone without cranes, steel beams, or modern machines? That's the question that has puzzled people for centuries when it comes to the Great Pyramid of Giza. This massive structure, built over 4,500 years ago for Pharaoh Khufu, is made of more than 2 million stone blocks, some weighing as much as 80 tons. And it was done with Bronze Age tools, no wheels, and no iron. Theories have been flying around for years, everything from alien intervention to lost super technology. But archaeologists now think they have a pretty solid answer, and it's not science fiction, it's just smart engineering. The key idea is ramps. For decades, Egyptologists have suggested that workers built large ramps to haul the stones up as the pyramid rose. The debate was always about what kind of ramp: a massive straight ramp, which would have needed to be more than a mile long, or a zigzagging ramp, or something else entirely. Recent discoveries are finally tipping the scales. In 2018, archaeologists found an ancient ramp system at Het Nub, an alabaster quarry in Egypt. This system used a central ramp flanked by staircases with post holes, which may have supported wooden posts and ropes to help pull heavy stones up steeper slopes than previously thought possible. This find suggests that the Egyptians could have used a spiral or internal ramp system for the Great Pyramid, one that wrapped around the outside of the structure or even ran inside the pyramid itself. This would have allowed them to keep building upward while hauling stones relatively close to the construction site, rather than needing a massive ramp stretching into the desert. The idea of a spiral ramp also explains how they could precisely place the massive blocks on the upper levels without dismantling the ramp system each time. Workers could have dragged stones up the spiraling path, positioned them, and then continued upward in a continuous process. None of this takes away from how incredible the achievement was. Even with ramps, it would have required tens of thousands of workers, careful organization, and a deep understanding of geometry and logistics. This wasn't a bunch of slaves forced to work under whips, a common myth. Evidence shows that workers were well fed and housed in nearby workers' villages, likely proud of the monumental project they were part of. So the answer to how the Great Pyramid was built isn't aliens or lost magic. It's ramps, ropes, levers, and a staggering amount of teamwork. In a way, that makes it even more impressive, because it shows just how far human ingenuity and cooperation can go when faced with an impossible problem. Mesoamerican rubber ball. 3,000 years ago, the people of Mesoamerica were already making high-performance rubber balls for the world's first team sport. When Spanish conquistadors first arrived in the Americas, they were stunned to see the indigenous people playing a game with a ball that actually bounced.
To Europeans in the 1500s, this was almost magical. Their own balls, made of leather or animal bladders, were stiff and heavy, but the balls used by the Maya, Aztec, and Olmec civilizations were springy, fast, and perfect for their ceremonial ball games. The secret was rubber. These ancient cultures were the first to figure out how to make it. They tapped latex from the native rubber tree, which produced a milky sap. But raw latex by itself is sticky and brittle, not great for bouncing. The genius part was what they mixed it with. Scientists have now recreated the process by following clues from early Spanish accounts and archaeological evidence. The Mesoamericans combined latex with juice from a local vine called morning glory. This acted like a natural curing agent, stabilizing the latex and turning it into a tough, elastic material, essentially a prehistoric version of vulcanized rubber. The result was a ball that bounced like nothing seen in the old world. And these weren't just toys. The Mesoamerican ball game was a big deal, part sport, part ritual, part political theater. Games were played in special ball courts, some of which still exist today, with sloped walls that helped keep the ball in play. The rules varied by region, but in many versions, players had to keep the ball in motion using only their hips, knees, or elbows, no hands or feet allowed. Some games were friendly competitions, but others had serious stakes, possibly even human sacrifices tied to the outcome. The discovery of how the rubber was made solved one of archaeology's more fascinating mysteries. For a long time, researchers wondered how these ancient people made rubber so durable and consistent. The modern recreation proved that the process was deliberate and sophisticated, a kind of early chemical engineering. It also showed just how important this material was to Mesoamerican culture. Rubber wasn't just for balls. They used it for waterproofing, sandals, figurines, and ritual offerings. In some cases, they even offered rubber balls to the gods as sacred objects. Today, you can watch scientists' recreated balls in action, and yes, they bounce just like the ones described by the conquistadors. It's a perfect example of how experimental archaeology can bring the ancient world back to life. So next time you watch a basketball game or kick a soccer ball, remember, the idea of a bouncing rubber ball isn't modern at all. It's an invention that started in the jungles of Mesoamerica thousands of years ago, and it still bounces into our lives today.
Roman roads longevity. Why do modern roads get potholes every year, but Roman roads are still here after 2,000 years? Roman roads are one of the great engineering marvels of the ancient world. At their height, the Roman Empire had over 250,000 miles of roads, connecting cities, forts, and outposts. These roads were so well built that many of them are still in use today, either directly or as the foundations for modern highways. So what was their secret? The Romans didn't just clear a path and throw down some stones. Their roads were carefully designed, multi-layered structures meant to last. First, they dug a deep trench and filled it with a base layer of large stones for drainage.
On top of that went several layers of smaller stones, gravel and sand, all tamped down to create a solid foundation. Then came the surface layer, tightly fitted paving stones set in lime mortar. This created a smooth, durable road surface that could handle heavy traffic from carts, animals, and marching legions. And crucially, the roads were built with a slight camber, meaning they were higher in the middle, so rainwater drained off the sides instead of pooling and causing damage. The result was a road network that was strong, weather-resistant, and low maintenance. Roman roads were so reliable that armies could march across them in all seasons, merchants could transport goods quickly, and messages could travel from one end to the other of the empire at record speed. This road network wasn't just a convenience, it was one of the reasons Rome became such a dominant power. The roads tied the empire together, allowing for rapid troop movements to crush rebellions, efficient trade to keep cities supplied, and a steady flow of communication that kept everything coordinated. And they were built to last. Even after the fall of the Roman Empire, many roads remained in use throughout the Middle Ages, guiding travelers, traders, and armies for centuries. In some parts of Europe, you can still walk or drive on Roman roads today, sometimes with the original paving stones still in place. Compare that to modern asphalt, which cracks and crumbles under heavy weather and traffic, and needs to be patched constantly. Engineers today are even studying Roman techniques to design longer-lasting, more sustainable road surfaces. Roman roads are also famous for being straight. The Romans loved efficiency. They would literally cut through hills and build bridges across valleys just to keep the road as direct as possible. All roads lead to Rome wasn't just a saying, it was practically true. So the next time you hit a pothole and wonder why road crews are always out making repairs, just remember, the Romans figured out how to build highways that could last millennia with nothing but stone, mortar, and clever engineering.
Picture stepping into a dark temple where a priestess sits over a crack in the earth and starts speaking in riddles that kings take as messages from the gods. For centuries, the Oracle of Delphi was one of the most powerful voices in the ancient world. From around 1400 BCE to 400 CE, rulers, generals, and ordinary citizens traveled to Delphi in Greece to consult the Pythia, the priestess who served as the mouthpiece of Apollo. Her answers could determine whether wars were fought, colonies were founded, or laws were passed. The Pythia's prophecies were famously cryptic. She often delivered them in a trance-like state, speaking in fragments that priests interpreted for petitioners. Ancient writers described her as sitting on a tripod above a chasm, breathing strange vapors that seemed to connect her with the divine. For a long time, historians thought that detail about vapors was poetic exaggeration, until geologists and archaeologists started studying the site more carefully. In the early 2000s, a team of researchers found that Delphi is located on 2 fault lines, and that these faults could have allowed gases to seep up from deep underground. Analysis of the local rock formations showed traces of ethylene, a gas that is sweet-smelling and, in small doses, can cause feelings of euphoria,
floating sensations, and even hallucinations. This discovery provided a scientific explanation for the Pythia's trance. The combination of a closed temple space, a fissure releasing ethylene gas, and perhaps rhythmic chanting could have induced an altered state of consciousness, making the priestess feel as though she was communing with the divine. It also explains why the oracle's powers seemed to fade in later centuries. Seismic activity could have shifted the gas flow, cutting off the natural supply. By the time the oracle was finally shut down in the 4th century CE, the fumes may have stopped completely. But this doesn't make Delphi any less extraordinary. In fact, it makes it even more fascinating. An entire religious and political institution was built around a real geological phenomenon. The Greeks noticed that this one place seemed to connect them to the gods, and they turned it into a sacred center that influenced the entire Mediterranean world. Even the cryptic nature of the prophecies makes sense in this context. Someone in an altered mental state might produce fragmented speech, which priests then shape into messages that could be interpreted in multiple ways. Convenient for keeping Apollo's will mysterious. Today, Delphi is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and visitors can still see the ruins of the temple where the Pythia once sat. Standing there, it's easy to imagine the mix of religion, science, and politics that made this place one of the most influential spots in the ancient world.
Mummification mystery. How did the ancient Egyptians turn a human body into something that could last thousands of years without rotting away? Mummies are one of the most iconic images of ancient Egypt. For centuries, they fascinated travelers, scholars, and treasure hunters alike. But while we knew the Egyptians perfected the art of preserving bodies, the exact recipe they used was a bit of a mystery. Ancient writers like Herodotus left some descriptions, but they were vague, and most of the surviving mummies were thousands of years old, too degraded to reveal much about the original process. Thanks to modern science, we finally have clear answers. In recent years, researchers have been able to perform chemical analyses on the wrappings, balms, and resins used in mummification. The results have been astonishingly detailed, showing that Egyptian embalmers had a surprisingly sophisticated understanding of chemistry. The key ingredients? A mixture of pine resin, plant oils, beeswax, and an ingredient called natron, a naturally occurring salt mixture found in dry lake beds. Natron is a combination of sodium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, and other salts. It was absolutely crucial because it dried out the body, removing moisture that bacteria need to grow. After desiccating the body with natron, embalmers would rinse and wrap it, coating the bandages with resins and oils that acted as antibacterial agents and created a moisture-proof barrier. Some of these substances, like pine resin, have natural preservative qualities that would have helped keep the body from decaying. What's remarkable is that this process wasn't trial and error every time. It was a highly standardized technique, perfected over centuries. Chemical analysis of mummies from different periods shows that embalmers fine-tuned their recipes depending on the era, availability of ingredients, and social status of the deceased. One recent discovery even pushed the timeline of mummification back earlier than we thought. Researchers analyzing a 5,600-year-old mummy found traces of similar resins and oils, proving that the Egyptians had been experimenting with body preservation centuries before the classic mummies of the New Kingdom. This chemical detective work solved one of Egyptology's biggest mysteries. Mummification wasn't just a religious ritual, it was also an early form of applied science. The Egyptians knew which substances slowed decay and combined them in just the right way to make the body last for millennia. Today, we can look at a 3,000-year-old mummy and not just see a preserved body, but understand the exact recipe and technique used to prepare it. It's like getting a peek into an ancient embalmer's workshop. So the next time you see a mummy in a museum, remember, you're looking at the result of one of history's most advanced chemical preservation techniques, created long before the word chemistry even existed. Aztec skull racks. When archaeologists uncovered a tower made entirely of human skulls in the heart of Mexico City, they expected to find mostly men, but that's not what they found. In the center of Mexico City, near the ruins of the Templo Mayor, the main temple of the Aztec capital Tenochtitlan, archaeologists have uncovered one of the most chilling yet fascinating discoveries in recent years: Tzompantli, or skull racks. These were massive wooden frames where human skulls were displayed, often arranged in rows, sometimes even built into cylindrical towers. For centuries, Spanish conquistadors' accounts of these skull racks were dismissed by some historians as exaggeration or propaganda meant to justify the conquest. The idea of thousands of skulls stacked on display sounded too gruesome to be true. But the excavations proved the Spanish were telling the truth, and the reality was even more complex than they described. When researchers analyzed the skulls, they made a surprising discovery. These weren't just the heads of captured warriors. The remains included women and children as well, meaning these were not simply trophies of war, but part of a much broader religious practice. The Aztecs believed that human sacrifice was essential to keep the universe running. They saw it as a way to feed the gods and maintain cosmic balance, especially the sun god Huitzilopochtli, who needed human hearts and blood to keep the sun rising each day. The Tzompantli served as a powerful public display of devotion. They weren't meant just to scare enemies, though they probably did that too. They were offerings. By placing the skulls on racks,
The Aztecs were literally showing the gods and the people that they had fulfilled their sacred duty. The skulls themselves were carefully prepared. After decapitation, the flesh was removed, and the skull was drilled on both sides to allow it to be mounted on horizontal wooden poles. Over time, when the racks were full, some skulls were taken down and used to build skull towers that were mortared together like bricks. One excavation at the Tzompantli revealed more than 600 skulls, and researchers think the total number for the entire rack system may have been in the thousands. Far from being random, this was a highly organized, large-scale ritual event, with sacrificial victims coming from all over the Aztec Empire and even beyond. This discovery has forced historians to rethink Aztec ritual life. It wasn't just about military dominance. It was about fulfilling religious obligations that they believed literally kept the world alive. So while the skull racks are shocking to modern eyes, to the Aztecs, they were acts of cosmic maintenance. They weren't displays of cruelty for cruelty's sake. They were offerings meant to ensure the survival of the sun, the seasons, and life itself.
Viking Sunstones. How did the Vikings cross thousands of miles of open ocean without a compass and still hit their targets with pinpoint accuracy? The Vikings were some of history's greatest sailors. Long before GPS or even magnetic compasses reached Europe, they were making epic voyages across the North Atlantic, reaching Iceland, Greenland, and even North America around 1000 CE. For centuries, historians wondered how they managed such precision. Clear skies are one thing, but the North Atlantic is often cloudy or foggy, so how did they find their way when they couldn't see the sun? The answer may lie in a fascinating piece of technology called a solarstein, or sunstone. Medieval sagas mentioned these mysterious stones that could find the sun even when it was hidden. For a long time, scholars thought this might just be a myth, until researchers tested a type of crystal called Iceland spar, a clear form of calcite. Iceland spar has an unusual optical property called birefringence. It splits light into two polarized rays. When you look through it and rotate the crystal, the light passing through brightens or darkens depending on its orientation relative to the sun. This means that even on a cloudy day or during twilight, a navigator could hold up the crystal, rotate it, and find the angle where the two images produced by the crystal match in brightness. That point would reveal the direction of the hidden sun. In 2011, scientists tested this idea in controlled experiments, including on a boat, and found that it actually works. Using a sunstone, they could determine the sun's position to within a few degrees even in cloudy conditions. Combined with their knowledge of the stars, ocean currents, and bird migrations, this would have given the Vikings a surprisingly accurate navigation system. They didn't just luck out and stumble upon land. They were using clever natural tools to guide them. What's amazing is that this technology seems to have been lost after the Viking Age.
probably because the magnetic compass became more widely available in Europe by the 13th century. But for a time, it may have been the secret weapon that allowed the Norse to dominate the seas. Archaeologists even found a crystal on a 16th century English shipwreck that might have been used for navigation, suggesting that this trick may have been rediscovered and used longer than we thought. So the next time you hear about Vikings landing in distant lands, remember, they weren't just fearless explorers. They were skilled scientists turning a piece of rock into a precision navigation instrument that helped them conquer some of the toughest seas on Earth. Stone spheres of Costa Rica. Scattered across the jungles of Costa Rica are hundreds of almost perfectly round stone balls, some the size of cars, and for decades no one knew who made them or why. The stone spheres of Costa Rica, known locally as Las Bolas, are one of the most striking archaeological puzzles in the Americas. These spheres range from a few inches to over 8 feet in diameter, with some weighing more than 15 tons. They are nearly perfect spheres, carved from solid rock, mostly gabbro, a very hard volcanic stone, limestone, and sandstone. They were first discovered in the 1930s when workers were clearing jungle to make way for banana plantations in the Diquís Delta region. At first, some were dynamited just to see if they contained treasure. They didn't, but soon archaeologists realized they were dealing with something special. For years, the purpose of these spheres was unknown. Some speculated they were astronomical markers, others thought they pointed to hidden gold, and a few even suggested they were navigational beacons for ancient mariners or landing markers for extraterrestrials. Modern archaeology, however, has provided more grounded explanations. Excavations of sites where the spheres were found suggest they were created by the pre-Columbian Diquís culture between 500 CE and 1500 CE. These spheres were often placed in groups, sometimes in lines or geometric patterns, in front of houses, plazas, or important buildings. This positioning suggests they weren't random decorations, they were status symbols. Larger or more numerous spheres likely marked the homes of high-ranking individuals or important community spaces. Think of them as ancient welcome signs or territorial markers. The craftsmanship is stunning. Researchers believe the Diquís people shaped the spheres using hammerstones and heat, carefully grinding them down until they were almost perfectly round. This would have taken enormous time and skill, especially for the largest ones. Another fascinating detail: some spheres were deliberately moved from their original locations, possibly when a chief died or when villages shifted. This suggests the spheres weren't just art, they carried social or ceremonial importance that made them worth relocating. Sadly, many spheres were damaged or displaced during the 20th century, ending up in private gardens, public parks, or even used as lawn ornaments. But ongoing efforts by Costa Rica's National Museum have cataloged, preserved, and protected many of them. In 2014, the stone spheres of the Diquís were declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognizing their cultural importance. They remain one of the most distinctive archaeological legacies in the Americas. And while we may never know their full meaning, we now have a clearer picture. They weren't just random curiosities, but symbols of community, hierarchy, and identity. So the next time you see a picture of one of these giant stone spheres, remember, it's not just a rock. It's a message from a vanished culture, still standing silently after centuries, reminding us that power and status leave their marks in many forms.
Nazca Line's purpose. High in the Peruvian desert, massive shapes of hummingbirds, monkeys, and spiders stretch across the earth, so big you can only truly see them from the sky. But they weren't made for airplanes. The Nazca Lines are one of the most iconic mysteries of the ancient world. These gigantic geoglyphs, etched into the desert plateau of southern Peru between 500 BCE and 500 CE, cover nearly 200 square miles. Some are simple straight lines stretching for miles, while others are enormous animals, plants, and geometric shapes, so huge they can only be fully appreciated from above. When pilots first spotted them from the air in the 1920s, theories went wild. People suggested everything from alien landing strips to ancient astronomical calendars. But over the past few decades, archaeologists have been piecing together a much more human and much more fascinating explanation. By studying the layout of the lines, the pottery fragments around them, and the nearby ceremonial sites, researchers now believe the Nazca Lines were part of ritual processions. The lines weren't meant to be seen from the sky, but to be walked. Groups of people may have followed the lines as ceremonial pathways, performing dances or prayers as they moved. Why? Because the Nazca lived in one of the driest regions on Earth, where water meant survival. Many of the lines point towards sources of underground water or natural aquifers. This has led scholars to suggest that the geoglyphs were part of rituals designed to call for rain or honor water deities. In other words, the Nazca Lines were more than art. They were an offering, a way to communicate with the gods to ensure the flow of water needed for crops. Some of the animal figures may have symbolic ties to fertility, rain, or agricultural cycles. For example, spiders were associated with rain in Nazca culture, and hummingbirds were seen as messengers between worlds. Researchers using drones and satellite imaging have also discovered new geoglyphs, some much older than previously thought. These findings show that the lines were made over centuries, not all at once, and likely served evolving religious and social purposes. The incredible preservation of the lines is due to the region's hyper-arid climate. With almost no rain, no wind, and no erosion, the lines have remained visible for more than 1,500 years, a kind of accidental time capsule. The romantic alien landing strip theory might make for fun TV specials, but the real explanation is even more powerful. These lines represent a whole society coming together to turn the desert itself
into a sacred landscape, one step at a time. So the next time you see a photo of the Nazca hummingbird stretching across the desert floor, imagine hundreds of people walking along those lines in solemn procession, calling for life-giving rain in one of the driest places on Earth.
Druid Oak Groves. Picture an ancient grove of oak trees, mist curling through the branches, and cloaked figures performing secret rites. This wasn't just legend. Science says the Druids really did gather here. For centuries, the image of the Druids, the priestly class of Iron Age Celtic society, has been wrapped in mystery. Roman writers described them as wise philosophers, healers, and astronomers, but also as conducting secret rituals, sometimes involving human sacrifice, deep in sacred groves. For a long time, historians weren't sure how much of this was true and how much was Roman propaganda meant to demonize the Celts. There weren't any temples or permanent structures left behind, just stories and a few scattered references. Then science stepped in. In the last few decades, archaeologists and paleoecologists have used pollen analysis, a technique that studies microscopic pollen grains preserved in soil layers, to reconstruct what ancient landscapes looked like. By examining the soils at sites associated with Celtic ritual activity, they discovered evidence of oak groves that were deliberately preserved, even when the surrounding land was being cleared for farming. This suggests that these groves were intentionally maintained as sacred spaces, not just random patches of forest. The dominance of oak pollen in some layers matches the ancient accounts that oak trees were central to Druidic worship. Oaks were symbols of strength and endurance, and their wood was considered sacred. Excavations at ritual sites like Gournay-sur-Aronde in France and other nemetons, or sacred enclosures, have also turned up offerings. Animal bones, weapons, and occasionally human remains deposited in what appear to be ceremonial contexts. Together with the pollen evidence, this paints a picture of groves as religious centers, where seasonal rites, sacrifices, and festivals may have taken place. What's fascinating is how these sacred spaces may have functioned as community gathering spots, not just for mysterious rites, but for law-giving, teaching, and passing down oral tradition. Druids were more than priests. They were judges, advisors, and keepers of knowledge. The groves may have been their universities as much as their temples. Even after the Roman conquest of Gaul and Britain, sacred groves continued to hold importance, so much so that Roman authorities tried to suppress Druidic practices. The Roman historian Tacitus even records that during the conquest of Anglesey, Roman troops specifically targeted the island's groves, cutting them down to stamp out local religion. Today, some neo-pagan and Druid revival groups plant oak groves as a way of reconnecting with this ancient tradition, showing how powerful the idea of the sacred grove still is. Thanks to modern science, we now know that those ancient oak groves weren't just poetic inventions. They were real, deliberately maintained places where people gathered to connect with their gods and with each other under the canopy of the forest.
Mitanni, horse manuals. Long before sports cars or cavalry, There was a Bronze Age kingdom that trained its horses with such care they wrote down detailed owner's manuals, and we've found them. The Mitanni were a powerful but often overlooked kingdom of the late Bronze Age, ruling parts of what is now Syria and northern Mesopotamia around 1500 to 1300 BCE. They were known for their expertise in horses and chariotry, which at the time were the most advanced and prestigious military technologies on Earth. For centuries, historians knew the Mitanni were influential. They appear in treaties with Egypt and Assyria, but we didn't know exactly what made them so dominant on the battlefield. Then, archaeologists uncovered something remarkable: cuneiform tablets that were essentially horse training manuals. The most famous of these is the Kikuli text, written in the Hittite language, but attributed to a Mitanni horse trainer named Kikuli. This text is basically a step-by-step guide to conditioning chariot horses. It describes a 214-day training program with precise instructions on feeding, watering, exercise, and rest cycles, remarkably similar to modern equestrian science. For example, the text recommends interval training, short bursts of running followed by rest, gradually increasing intensity, exactly what modern trainers use to build a horse's stamina. It even specifies water breaks and feeding times to prevent exhaustion. But these manuals weren't just practical. They had a sacred dimension too. The Mitanni believed horses were connected to the gods, and rituals often accompanied the training process. Some tablets describe prayers, blessings, and offerings to ensure the health and strength of the animals. Chariots themselves were symbols of divine power, often associated with solar deities. The discovery of these manuals solved one of the mysteries of how the Mitanni became such formidable military players despite being a relatively small kingdom. Their mastery of horse training allowed them to field highly skilled charioteers who could dominate open battlefields, giving them leverage in diplomacy and warfare. It also shed light on the spread of Indo-European culture. The terminology in the Kikuli text contains early Indo-Aryan words, suggesting cultural connections between the Mitanni and distant regions like India. This helped linguists trace the movement of Indo-European-speaking peoples across the ancient world. Today, the Kikuli text is recognized not just as the world's oldest veterinary manual, but as a symbol of how scientific and spiritual knowledge blended in the ancient Near East. It shows us that even 3,500 years ago, people were thinking carefully about animal health, athletic conditioning, and performance, concepts we still use today. So the next time you see an image of a war chariot on an ancient wall carving, remember that those horses weren't just thrown into battle. They were carefully, almost reverently trained according to a system so sophisticated
that when we finally deciphered it, it looked a lot like something a modern Olympic equestrian might use. Egyptian blue pigment. The world's first synthetic color wasn't invented in a lab. It was cooked up by ancient Egyptians over 4,500 years ago. When you think of ancient Egypt, you probably picture dazzling tomb paintings, statues, and temple walls covered in bright colors. One of the most striking was a deep, vivid blue, used to paint gods, sky symbols, and sacred objects. For centuries, no one knew exactly how the Egyptians made this color. Then, scientists discovered something extraordinary. Egyptian blue was the first man-made pigment in history. Unlike natural pigments that are ground from minerals, Egyptian blue was artificially created by heating a mixture of sand or silica, copper compounds like malachite, lime, and alkali to about 850 to 1,000 degrees Celsius. This careful cooking produced a compound called calcium copper silicate, a brilliant blue powder that could be ground, mixed with a binder, and painted on walls, statues, and coffins. Its use wasn't just decorative. Blue in Egyptian culture had deep symbolic meaning. It was associated with the sky, the Nile, fertility, and rebirth, and it was linked to the gods, especially Amun and Ra. Painting statues or tomb walls in blue was a way to connect them with divine power and eternal life. Egyptian blue spread far beyond Egypt. It shows up on statues and frescoes in Mesopotamia, Greece, and even Rome, proving it was widely traded and highly valued. The Romans even gave it a name, carillum, and used it to color mosaics and frescoes. What makes Egyptian blue especially fascinating today is how it was rediscovered. For a long time, the pigment fell out of use after the Roman period and was forgotten. But in the 19th and 20th centuries, chemists analyzing ancient artifacts realized that this was a synthetic material, meaning the Egyptians were effectively running an early chemical industry thousands of years ago. Even cooler, modern researchers have discovered that Egyptian blue has unique luminescent properties. When exposed to infrared light, it glows, which means we can now use special cameras to detect traces of Egyptian blue on artifacts where the color has faded from human sight. In other words, technology is letting us see colors on ancient statues and walls that have been invisible for centuries. This discovery not only solved the mystery of how Egyptians got that stunning shade of blue, but it also showed just how advanced their knowledge of materials and chemistry really was. They weren't just artists, they were inventors. Today, scientists are even exploring new applications for Egyptian blue in modern technology because of its stability and infrared properties. So, next time you see a pharaoh's tomb painting or a blue amulet in a museum, you're looking at the world's first man-made color, a symbol of divinity that still glows with secrets thousands of years later.
Göbekli Tepe's function. It turns out the world's oldest known temple wasn't built by farmers. It was built by hunter-gatherers thousands of years before Stonehenge or the pyramids. Göbekli Tepe, located in southeastern Turkey, has completely rewritten our understanding of prehistory. Discovered in the 1990s by archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, this site dates back to around 9600 BCE, more than 11,000 years ago. That's about 6,000 years older than Stonehenge, and nearly 7,000 years before the Great Pyramid of Giza. At first glance, Göbekli Tepe looks like a series of stone circles on a hilltop. But a closer look reveals something astonishing. Massive T-shaped stone pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, carved with images of animals, foxes, snakes, vultures, boars, and abstract symbols. The craftsmanship is stunning, especially considering this was built before metal tools or domesticated animals were available to help. For a long time, archaeologists assumed that large-scale architecture came after farming. The logic was that people needed permanent villages and food surpluses before they had the time and resources to build big monuments. Göbekli Tepe flipped that idea on its head. Excavations show that Göbekli Tepe wasn't a village. There are no houses, no hearths for cooking, no trash pits you'd expect from a residential settlement. Instead, the site appears to have been a ritual center, a gathering place where groups of hunter-gatherers from the surrounding region came together to perform ceremonies. This suggests that religion, or at least communal ritual, may have been a driving force in bringing people together. Some archaeologists even propose that building Göbekli Tepe was what pushed humans to settle down and start farming in the first place, so they could feed the large numbers of workers needed for such a massive project. In other words, temples may have come before cities, not the other way around. The animal carvings add to the mystery. Some researchers think they represent totemic trans, mythological stories, or even early star constellations. The layout of the pillars may have astronomical alignments, possibly tracking solstices or important celestial events. Another fascinating detail: after centuries of use, the site was deliberately buried around 8000 BCE. No one knows why, but this burial is what preserved it so well for modern archaeologists to find. Göbekli Tepe is still only partially excavated. Less than 10% of the site has been uncovered, which means there are likely many more secrets waiting beneath the earth. Its discovery has forced historians to rethink the story of civilization's beginnings. It shows that complex social organization and monumental building were possible even without permanent agriculture, and that the human drive for meaning, ceremony, and connection to the sacred might be as old as humanity itself.
Kennewick Man. For years, people claimed one of the oldest skeletons in North America, proved Europeans got here first. But DNA testing finally set the record straight. In 1996, two men walking along the Columbia River near Kennewick, Washington, discovered a human skull. Archaeologists were called in, and what they found became one of the most controversial skeletons ever unearthed in the United States. The remains, dubbed Kennewick Man, or the Ancient One, turned out to be about 9,000 years old, making him one of the oldest and most complete skeletons ever found in North America. But controversy erupted almost immediately
because of what some early researchers thought he looked like. Anthropologists examining his skull noted that it didn't fit what they expected for typical Native American skeletal features. This led to speculation that he might have European ancestry, or come from a different population altogether, possibly suggesting an entirely separate migration into the Americas. This idea was sensational and politically charged. Several Native American tribes, including the Umatilla and Yakama and Nez Perce, immediately requested that the remains be returned and reburied under the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. Scientists fought in court to study the skeleton, arguing it was too important to science to be reburied right away. The legal battle went on for years, with Kennewick Man becoming a flashpoint in the debate between archaeology and indigenous rights. The turning point came in 2015, when advanced DNA analysis was finally performed on the remains. The results were crystal clear. Kennewick Man was genetically much closer to modern Native American populations than to any other group. In fact, he was particularly closely related to the Colville tribe, one of the groups that had sought his reburial from the beginning. This finding put to rest the idea that Kennewick Man represented a separate European migration into the Americas. Instead, he confirmed that the earliest populations in the Pacific Northwest were ancestors of today's indigenous peoples. In 2017, after more than 20 decades of debate, Kennewick Man was finally reburied in a private ceremony by the tribes who had claimed him. The case has since become a landmark example of how science and indigenous communities can work together, and how modern technology like DNA testing can resolve long-standing mysteries. Kennewick Man's story is about more than just one skeleton. It's about who gets to tell the story of the past, and how cutting-edge science can sometimes end up supporting traditional knowledge. The tribes had always maintained that the Ancient One was their ancestor. In the end, science confirmed they were right. Today, Kennewick Man is remembered not just as a fascinating archaeological find, but as a symbol of respect, reconciliation, and the deep time depth of indigenous presence in the Americas.
Ötzi, the Iceman's death. Meet Europe's oldest cold case, a 5,300-year-old man found frozen in the Alps, and scientists now know he didn't just lie down and die. He was murdered. In 1991, two hikers in the Ötztal Alps on the Italian-Austrian border stumbled upon something astonishing sticking out of the melting ice: a human body. At first, they thought it was a modern mountaineer who had died recently. But soon it became clear this was something far older. The body, later nicknamed Ötzi the Iceman, turned out to be about 5,300 years old, a Copper Age man preserved almost perfectly in the glacier, along with his clothing, tools, and even the contents of his stomach. It was like a time capsule of prehistoric Europe. At first, some scientists believed Ötzi had died of exposure while crossing the mountains, perhaps caught in a sudden storm.
Some even thought he might have been deliberately buried by his companions in a kind of mountaintop grave. But as technology improved, researchers started piecing together a much darker story. X-rays and CT scans revealed a stone arrowhead lodged in Ötzi's left shoulder. The angle suggested it had been shot from behind, probably from some distance, and it had severed an artery. That would have caused massive blood loss and likely killed him quickly. Later studies found evidence of blunt force trauma to his head, which may have been from a fall after being shot or from a final blow delivered by his attacker. Even more fascinating are the details of his last day. The contents of Ötzi's stomach showed that he had eaten a hearty meal of ibex meat, grains, and dried herbs shortly before he died. His gear was in good condition, and he was carrying a valuable copper axe, so this was unlikely to be a robbery. Some researchers think he may have been involved in a conflict shortly before his death. Ötzi had fresh cuts and bruises on his hands and arms, as if he had been in a fight. He may have been ambushed as part of a revenge attack or feud. Even more fascinating are the details of his clothing. Chemical analysis of Ötzi's clothing even revealed multiple different blood types, suggesting he may have been helping others who were wounded, or that he was in the middle of a skirmish when he fled into the mountains. This combination of clothes has turned Ötzi into one of the most intensively studied murder victims in history. His body has been scanned, biopsied, and analyzed using every technique available, and scientists continue to uncover new details about his health, genetics, and even tattoos. He had over 60 of them, possibly for pain relief. Far from a peaceful burial, Ötzi's death was violent, the end of a life that may have been full of conflict. And thanks to the ice that preserved him so well, he has given us an unparalleled window into what life and death was like 5,000 years ago.
Egyptian royal incest. Tutankhamun's parents weren't just husband and wife, they were brother and sister, and science proved it. For centuries, ancient Egypt's royal family seemed larger than life. Pharaohs were considered divine, the literal sons and daughters of the gods. But one of the darker secrets of Egyptian royalty was long suspected, that they often married within their own family, sometimes even their own siblings, to keep the bloodline pure. We had clues from inscriptions and tomb paintings that showed pharaohs marrying their sisters or half-sisters, but until recently we didn't have hard proof. That changed in 2010, when a team of geneticists led by Dr. Zahi Hawass performed DNA analysis on Tutankhamun and several mummies believed to be members of his family. The results were jaw-dropping. Tutankhamun's DNA revealed that his parents were siblings, a full brother and sister pairing, not just cousins or half-siblings. This meant King Akhenaten, the heretic pharaoh who tried to replace Egypt's gods with Aten worship, had married his own sister. And their child was the boy king Tut. This discovery explains several of Tut's health problems. His mummy shows signs of a clubfoot, a cleft palate, and other skeletal deformities, all of which could be linked to the genetic risks of inbreeding. Contrary to popular myth, Tut probably wasn't murdered. He may have died from a combination of a leg fracture, possibly from a fall.
malaria, and underlying genetic weakness. But Tutankhamun wasn't the only one. Other evidence, both genetic and textual, shows that sibling marriage was a fairly common practice among Egypt's 18th dynasty rulers. The idea was to keep royal power concentrated and to mimic the divine family of the gods, who were often depicted marrying siblings in myth. For example, Isis and Osiris, two of Egypt's most important deities, were both brother and sister and husband and wife. This practice was unique compared to most other ancient societies where sibling marriage was taboo. In Egypt, however, the pharaoh was considered semi-divine, so keeping the royal bloodline pure was part of maintaining that divine status. DNA studies have also shed light on long-standing mysteries about royal lineage. They've confirmed which mummies are related, reconstructed family trees, and even identified Tut's grandparents and siblings. These findings have helped historians piece together a more complete and more human picture of Egypt's most famous family. Of course, royal inbreeding had a cost. Genetic disorders may have contributed to the declining health of Egypt's late 18th dynasty rulers, possibly playing a role in their eventual political instability. So next time you think of King Tut as the glamorous boy king, remember that he was also the product of a very risky royal tradition, one that DNA testing has finally confirmed after thousands of years of speculation.
Polynesian Settlement. Modern DNA analysis has finally mapped one of humanity's greatest journeys, how Polynesians settled the entire Pacific, island by island, using nothing but canoes and the stars. For centuries, the settlement of the Pacific was one of the greatest mysteries of human history. When Europeans first arrived, they were astonished to find that far-flung islands, from Hawaii to Easter Island to New Zealand, were all inhabited by people who spoke related languages, shared cultural traditions, and navigated with incredible skill. How did they get there? And in what order did they spread across such a vast ocean, covering more than 10 million square miles of water? Archaeologists, linguists, and historians pieced together clues from pottery, tools, and oral traditions, but the timeline was fuzzy until geneticists stepped in. Using DNA from ancient human remains and modern Polynesian populations, researchers were able to map migration routes with surprising precision. The story begins in Taiwan and coastal East Asia about 5,000 years ago, where the ancestors of Polynesians, Austronesian-speaking peoples, developed advanced sailing technology. They moved into the Philippines, then island-hopped through Indonesia and Papua New Guinea, mixing with local populations before pushing further east into the uninhabited islands of the Pacific. By around 1000 BCE, these voyagers reached what is now called remote Oceania, discovering islands like Fiji, Tonga, and Samoa. Genetic studies show that these early settlers stayed there for several centuries, developing the distinct Polynesian culture before beginning their second wave of exploration.
Between about 800 and 1200 CE, Polynesians launched expeditions across vast distances, guided by the stars, ocean currents, and bird migrations. They reached Hawaii in the north, Easter Island, or Rapa Nui, in the east, and New Zealand, Aotearoa, in the far south, effectively colonizing one of the largest geographic regions ever settled by a single culture before modern times. What makes the genetic findings even cooler is that they show evidence of contact between Polynesians and indigenous South Americans before European arrival. Polynesians may have sailed all the way to the coast of South America, bringing back sweet potatoes, a South American crop, centuries before Columbus. DNA studies of ancient Polynesian chickens and South American populations support this contact theory. The genetic evidence also matches up with traditional Polynesian navigation knowledge, which has been preserved and even revived today. Modern wayfinders, using no modern instruments, have successfully recreated voyages between islands, proving that these journeys were deliberate feats of exploration, not random drifting. Thanks to DNA and archaeology, the Polynesian story has gone from a mystery to one of the most inspiring human adventures ever told. A tale of innovation, navigation, and sheer courage that turned the world's largest ocean into a connected network of islands and cultures.
Neanderthal extinction. Neanderthals didn't actually disappear. In fact, if you're not of recent African descent, you probably have a little Neanderthal DNA in you right now. For most of the 20th century, the story of Neanderthals was simple. They were a separate species of early humans who lived in Europe and Western Asia. And then, around 40,000 years ago, they went extinct, wiped out either by competition with Homo sapiens or by environmental pressures. They were portrayed as evolutionary losers, shaggy cave dwellers who failed to keep up. But recent genetic research has turned that story completely upside down. When scientists first sequenced the Neanderthal genome in 2010, they made a stunning discovery. Modern humans outside Africa carry between 1 to 3% Neanderthal DNA. This means that when Homo sapiens migrated out of Africa and encountered Neanderthals, they didn't just fight, they also interbred. Instead of a clean extinction event, there was a genetic merger. The Neanderthals disappeared as a distinct population, but parts of their DNA live on in us. What's fascinating is what that DNA does. Some Neanderthal genes seem to influence skin tone, hair color, and immune system responses, traits that may have helped early humans adapt to colder, non-African environments. Other Neanderthal DNA segments, however, are linked to modern health issues like allergies, diabetes risk, and even depression. This genetic legacy means Neanderthals weren't as different as once thought. They made tools, controlled fire, buried their dead, and may have even created art. Archaeological evidence shows they used pigments, decorated objects, and likely had spoken language. They weren't brutes. They were our cousins. So why did their distinct population disappear? It may have been a mix of factors. Climate change around 40,000 years ago made Europe harsher, shrinking their habitat. Small population size made them vulnerable to disease and genetic bottlenecks. And as modern humans spread, they likely outnumbered Neanderthals and absorbed them genetically over several thousand years. The result is that Neanderthals didn't completely vanish. They became part of us. Every time you read about Neanderthal extinction, remember it's more like a blending than a wipeout. This discovery also changed how we see human evolution as a whole. For decades, we thought of it as a simple linear process, one species replacing another. Now we know it was more like a braided river, with branches of the human family tree meeting, mixing, and flowing together. So if you've ever been told you have a caveman gene, it's not just a joke. It's scientifically true. You carry a little Neanderthal legacy in your cells. Proof that they are still here, just in a very different form.
Minoan genetic origins. For years, people thought the mysterious Minoans came from Egypt or even Atlantis. DNA now shows they were homegrown Europeans all along. The Minoans were Europe's first great civilization, flourishing on the island of Crete from around 2600 to 1100 BCE. They built sprawling palaces like Knossos, created vibrant frescoes of bull leapers and dancers, and dominated Aegean trade long before the rise of classical Greece. But their origins were a huge mystery for centuries. Early archaeologists, including Sir Arthur Evans, who first excavated Knossos, suggested the Minoans might have been influenced by or even descended from the Egyptians because of the similarities in art and architecture. More speculative writers went even further, linking the Minoans to the lost city of Atlantis described by Plato. All of that changed in the last decade thanks to advances in ancient DNA analysis. In 2017, an international team of scientists extracted DNA from Minoan skeletons buried on Crete and compared it to that of ancient and modern populations. The results were definitive. The Minoans were not foreigners who came from Egypt or the Near East. They were descended from the early Neolithic farmers who had lived in the Aegean for thousands of years. These farmers were part of the wave of agricultural settlers who spread from Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, into Europe around 7000 BCE. Genetically, the Minoans were very similar to their neighbors on mainland Greece, including the later Mycenaeans. This confirmed that Minoan civilization developed locally, a homegrown flowering of culture, rather than being imported wholesale from somewhere else. This discovery solved one of the longest-standing debates in archaeology. While the Minoans certainly traded with Egypt and the Near East and borrowed some ideas, like writing systems, their civilization was fundamentally Cretan in origin. What's fascinating is the DNA also showed some genetic continuity between the Minoans and modern-day Cretans, meaning the people living on the island today still carry a piece of that ancient legacy. This finding also helps separate history from romantic myth. The idea that the Minoans were somehow an exotic or lost people fed into 19th and 20th century ideas about mysterious vanished races, even Atlantis. but science now shows that they were very much part of the European story, developing their own unique culture that influenced everything from Greek religion to art to mythology. And the fact that such an advanced civilization could emerge from local roots makes the Minoans even more impressive. They didn't need an outside civilizing force. They built one of the most sophisticated Bronze Age cultures in the world, all by themselves. So, the next time someone claims the Minoans were Egyptians in disguise or refugees from Atlantis, you can point to the genetic evidence. The Minoans were Cretans through and through, farmers turned palace builders who became the first great power of Europe. Tarim Basin Mummies. In the middle of China's deserts, archaeologists uncovered naturally mummified bodies with red hair, tall frames, and European-like features, and their origins shocked everyone. The Tarim Basin, located in the far west of China's Xinjiang region, is one of the driest places on Earth, a perfect environment for preserving bodies. Starting in the early 20th century, explorers discovered a series of ancient cemeteries buried beneath the sand, containing remarkably preserved mummies dating back as far as 4,000 years. What made them so astonishing was how they looked. These mummies were tall, with elongated skulls, light hair, sometimes reddish or blonde, and even clothing made of wool plaid that looked strikingly similar to ancient European textiles. Some were buried with cheese, felt hats, and even wooden wagons. For decades, their origin was hotly debated. Were they migrants from Europe? Were they members of some lost Indo-European tribe? And how did they end up so deep inside China, hundreds of miles from the nearest major population centers of their time? Genetic research in the last few years has finally provided clear answers. In 2021, a major DNA study analyzed the remains of the earliest Tarim Basin mummies. The results were surprising. These individuals were not recent arrivals from Europe or the steppe. Instead, they were descendants of an ancient Ice Age population that had lived in the region for thousands of years. However, later mummies from the same region, dated to the Bronze Age and early Iron Age, do show genetic links to steppe herders, groups related to the Yamnaya culture, and other Indo-European-speaking peoples who spread across Eurasia during the Bronze Age. This means that over time, the Tarim Basin became a crossroads where local populations mixed with migrating pastoralists. This mixing explains why the mummies look European-like. They represent a unique blend of local ancestry and steppe ancestry, producing a population that was physically and culturally distinct from early East Asian groups. The artifacts buried with them add even more context. They were skilled herders and farmers, cultivating wheat and barley and keeping sheep, goats, and cattle. They may have played a crucial role in the early Silk Road trade networks, serving as intermediaries between East and West. These findings have overturned the older theory that the Tarim mummies were outsiders who brought civilization into the region. Instead, they were indigenous innovators who developed their own complex culture and absorbed influences from the surrounding world. Today, you can see some of these mummies in museums in Xinjiang, where they remain some of the most haunting and fascinating windows into the Bronze Age. They remind us that human history has always been about movement, connection, and mixing, and that in the remotest deserts there were thriving, sophisticated communities.
Paziric Ice Princess Tattoos. Imagine a 2,500-year-old woman frozen in the Siberian permafrost, her arms covered in swirling tattoos of deer and mythical creatures, and scientists now know what they meant. In 1993, Russian archaeologists excavating a burial mound in the Altai Mountains of Siberia made a discovery that stunned the world. Beneath the permafrost, they found the remarkably preserved mummy of a young woman, now known as the Paziric Ice Maiden or Ice Princess. She belonged to the nomadic Paziric culture, a Scythian-related people who roamed the Eurasian steppe around the 5th century BCE. What made her so extraordinary were her tattoos. Her shoulders, arms, and hands were covered in elaborate black ink designs, stylized deer with curling antlers, mythical griffin-like creatures, and intricate geometric patterns. These tattoos were so well preserved that they looked almost fresh, as if she had just gotten them yesterday. For years, the meaning of the tattoos was debated. Were they decorative? Did they mark her status? Or were they simply body art with no deeper significance? Recent studies have given us a clearer picture. Researchers analyzing Paziric burials found that many individuals, not just this young woman, had tattoos featuring similar motifs. The recurring themes of powerful animals, especially deer and predators, suggest that the tattoos had a magical or protective purpose. The Paziric were animists, believing that animals had spiritual power. By wearing these creatures on their skin, they may have believed they are channeling the animal's strength, speed, or other qualities, a kind of permanent talisman. The Ice Princess's tattoos placed on visible parts of the body, like her shoulders and hands, might also have been a way to signal her special role in society. Some scholars think she may have been a shaman or spiritual figure, someone who performed rituals and mediated between the human and spirit worlds. Her burial supports this idea. She was interred in a log-lined chamber with elaborate grave goods, a headdress, a mirror, ceremonial clothing, and a drink container, all suggesting she held high status. She was also buried with 6 horses, each carefully adorned, indicating the importance of her journey into the afterlife. CT scans of her remains revealed she was likely suffering from breast cancer and may have been in significant pain when she died. Some researchers even propose that her tattoos had a therapeutic or ritual function, possibly to protect her or help her endure illness. Today, The Ice Princess's tattoos are considered some of the oldest complex tattoo art in the world, and they've given us incredible insight into the spiritual life of the Pazuric people. Far from being primitive, they practiced a sophisticated form of body art with deep symbolic meaning. When you see the Ice Princess's tattoos recreated in illustrations, you're looking at a language of power and protection that once marked a woman as someone extraordinary and connected her to a world of spirits, animals, and ancestors.
Etruscan Origins. For centuries, no one knew where the mysterious Etruscans came from, but DNA has finally solved the riddle, tracing their roots back to Anatolia. The Etruscans were one of the most influential cultures of the ancient Mediterranean, flourishing in central Italy centuries before Rome became an empire. They gave Rome many of its early kings, its alphabet, adapted from Greek, and much of its religious and engineering knowledge. But one question stumped historians for over 2,000 years. Where did the Etruscans come from? Ancient writers had their own theories. Herodotus claimed they came from Lydia in Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, fleeing famine and sailing across the Mediterranean to settle in Italy. Dionysius of Halicarnassus disagreed, saying they were indigenous Italians with no foreign origin. Archaeology was inconclusive for decades. The Etruscan language is unique, not Indo-European, and while their art shows both Greek and Near Eastern influences, that didn't prove where they started. Then, in the 21st century, DNA analysis entered the scene. Scientists sampled genetic material from ancient Etruscan burials, comparing it with DNA from other ancient populations around the Mediterranean. The results revealed a significant genetic connection to populations in Anatolia and the Near East, supporting Herodotus's old account. This doesn't mean the Etruscans were completely foreign arrivals. They clearly mixed with local Italian populations over time. But it suggests that their cultural spark may have begun with a wave of migration from the Eastern Mediterranean during the Bronze Age. This genetic link also explains some of the distinctive features of the Etruscan culture: their burial practices, their unique language, and their seafaring connections with Eastern trade networks. It helps to place the Etruscans in the wider story of population movements that shaped the ancient world, where peoples and ideas flowed across the Mediterranean much more freely than we once thought. Interestingly, later genetic studies also showed continuity between the Etruscans and the early Romans who succeeded them, suggesting that the Roman Republic absorbed rather than erased the Etruscan population. In other words, when Rome conquered Etruria, the people didn't disappear. They became Romans. The discovery also reinforces how interconnected the ancient world was. The Mediterranean wasn't a barrier, it was a highway, and cultures like the Etruscans were products of constant mixing, trading, and migrating. Today, visitors to Tuscany can still see the Etruscans' incredible legacy, their tomb paintings, bronze work, and city layouts. But thanks to DNA science, we can now also see their roots. They were a bridge between East and West, bringing Anatolian blood, language, and ideas into Italy and helping set the stage for the rise of Rome. So the next time you sip wine in Tuscany,
You can toast not just to the Romans, but to the Anatolian migrants who helped build the first great civilization of Italy.
Indus Valley DNA. What if I told you that one of the world's oldest civilizations didn't just vanish, its descendants are still living among us today? The Indus Valley Civilization, also called the Harappan Civilization, was one of the great Bronze Age cultures, thriving from about 3,300 to 1300 BCE in what is now Pakistan and northwest India. It boasted massive cities like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, sophisticated drainage systems, standardized weights and measures, and a script we still haven't fully deciphered. But after 1900 BCE, the cities were abandoned, and for over a century, scholars debated what happened to the Harappans. Some believed they were wiped out by invading Indo-Aryan tribes. Others thought they migrated elsewhere or simply collapsed due to climate change. The mystery disappearance of the Indus Valley people became a major historical puzzle. Then, in 2019, geneticists finally got a breakthrough. They extracted and sequenced DNA from a 4,500-year-old skeleton found at Rakhigarhi, one of the largest Harappan sites. This was a huge achievement because DNA preservation in hot, humid South Asia is rare. The results were surprising. The genome showed strong continuity with present-day South Asian populations, particularly groups in northern and central India. This means the people of the Indus Valley didn't vanish. They gradually mixed with incoming groups, but remained a core part of the population. The study also showed that the Harappans had very little genetic input from steppe pastoralists at the time of Rakhigarhi's burial, meaning that the major waves of Indo-Aryan migration probably happened after the decline of the urban centers. Over time, those steppe migrants blended with the existing Harappan-descended populations, giving rise to the genetic mix we see across much of South Asia today. This finding solved a big piece of the puzzle about the region's history. It showed that the Indus Valley civilization wasn't replaced, it evolved. Its people contributed to the genetic, cultural, and linguistic tapestry of the subcontinent, likely helping to shape early Vedic society. The discovery also reframes the collapse of the Harappan cities. Instead of imagining a dramatic invasion wiping them out, researchers now see a slower process. Climate change may have dried up the Saraswati River system, forcing people to disperse into smaller rural communities where their traditions continued. Even today, many agricultural practices, craft techniques, and even town layouts in rural South Asia bear striking resemblances to what archaeologists find in Harappan sites, suggesting deep cultural continuity. In other words, the Harappans didn't disappear into history's shadows. Their DNA and their legacy are still here in the people, languages, and customs of modern South Asia. So the next time you hear someone talk about the lost Indus Valley civilization, you can tell them it was never truly lost at all. Its descendants are still thriving, carrying one of humanity's oldest cultural lineages into the present day.
Sphinx's age. You've heard the theories that the Great Sphinx is 10,000 years old, older than Egypt itself. But geology has settled the debate.
It really does belong to the pharaohs. The Great Sphinx of Giza is one of the most iconic monuments in the world, and one of the most debated. Carved from a single limestone outcrop near the Great Pyramid, it has the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh, and it's the largest monolithic statue on Earth. For centuries, its origin was a mystery. The Sphinx has suffered heavy erosion, and for much of its history, it was buried up to its neck in sand. Some fringe theories, popularized in the late 19th century, claimed that the erosion patterns were caused by heavy rainfall thousands of years earlier, which would mean the Sphinx predated the Egyptian civilization entirely. According to this theory, it was built by a forgotten, lost civilization long before the pyramids. But Egyptologists and geologists have studied the monument carefully, and the evidence points squarely to the Old Kingdom of Egypt, specifically to Pharaoh Khafre, 2558 to 2532 BCE, who also built the second pyramid at Giza. Geological analysis shows that the weathering patterns on the Sphinx match those of nearby quarry walls and temples from Khafre's reign, all carved from the same layers of bedrock. The style of the Sphinx's face and headcloth also closely matches statues of Khafre. In addition, causeways and temples connected to the Sphinx line up perfectly with Khafre's pyramid complex, suggesting they were all part of a single construction project. The water erosion argument has largely been debunked by showing that wind, sand, and occasional flash floods could produce the same patterns seen on the Sphinx over thousands of years. There's no need to invoke a wetter climate or a civilization older than Egypt itself. Recent restoration work has also revealed chisel marks consistent with Old Kingdom tools, and archaeological evidence shows that the Sphinx was actively maintained and repaired by later pharaohs, which would only make sense if it were already ancient in their time, not from a mythical pre-dynastic era. Far from diminishing the Sphinx's mystery, confirming its Old Kingdom date makes it even more remarkable. It shows that around 4,500 years ago, Egyptian craftsmen had the skill, organization, and vision to carve a 240-foot-long monument out of solid bedrock, something no one else in the world was doing at the time. The Great Sphinx is not a relic of Atlantis or a lost prehistoric superculture. It's a product of Egypt's Golden Age, a guardian of the Giza Plateau that has been watching over the pyramids since Khafre's reign. So while the fringe theories make for good TV specials, the real story is just as awe-inspiring. This colossal sculpture was built by the very civilization that left us the pyramids, and it still stands as one of their most enduring triumphs.
Cave of Lascaux meaning. Step into a cave in southern France and you'll find walls covered with galloping horses, bison, and mysterious symbols, painted over 17,000 years ago. But they weren't just decoration. The Cave of Lascaux is often called the Sistine Chapel of prehistory. Discovered by teenagers in 1940,
Its walls and ceilings are covered with more than 600 paintings and thousands of engravings. Vivid images of animals, abstract signs, and even strange humanoid figures. These works date back to the Upper Paleolithic, around 17,000 years ago, when Europe was still in the grip of the last ice age. For decades, scholars debated why our distant ancestors went through the trouble of painting these incredible scenes deep inside pitch-black caves. They would have needed torches, scaffolding, and hours of painstaking work, all for something few people would ever see. Early theories said they were simply art for art's sake. But as archaeologists and anthropologists studied Lascaux and other cave sites, a deeper pattern emerged. One leading idea is hunting magic. Many of the animals shown at Lascaux, like bison, deer, and wild horses, were prey species. By painting them in such detail, Ice Age people may have been performing a kind of sympathetic magic, trying to ensure a successful hunt by capturing the animal spirit on the wall before going out to find it. But that's not all. Some researchers noticed that certain dots and patterns around the animals seemed deliberate. And when compared to star maps, they line up with constellations like Taurus, the bull, and the Pleiades cluster. This has led to the hypothesis that parts of Lascaux are early star charts, recording the positions of important constellations or tracking seasonal cycles crucial for hunting migrations. If true, this would mean Lascaux isn't just art. It's one of the earliest known examples of astronomy. It shows that Ice Age humans weren't just surviving. They were observing the sky, connecting patterns, and passing on knowledge to future generations. The cave's layout itself may have been part of the ritual. Some chambers are narrow and winding, almost like a pilgrimage path, leading to the Great Hall of the Bulls, where the largest, most dramatic paintings are found. Imagine small groups of people gathering, torchlight flickering, as they performed chants or dances to bring the images to life. Sadly, Lascaux had to be closed to the public in 1963 because the presence of visitors was damaging the fragile paintings. Today, people visit Lascaux II, a painstaking replica built nearby, or explore the site virtually through digital scans. Whether you see them as magical spells, star maps, or the first storytelling panels, the paintings at Lascaux prove that humans have been trying to make sense of the world and leave their mark on it for tens of thousands of years.
Venus figurines. You've probably heard that those tiny Stone Age Venus figurines were fertility goddesses, but new research suggests they were something much more practical. The so-called Venus figurines are some of the most famous artifacts from the Ice Age. Found across Europe and Eurasia, these small carvings, often made of stone, ivory, or clay, depict women with exaggerated hips, breasts, and bellies. Some of the most famous include the Venus of Willendorf, Austria, the Venus of Hohlefels, Germany, and dozens of others dating between 30,000 and 10,000 BCE. For over a century, scholars assumed these figures represented a kind of great mother goddess, a symbol of fertility and divine femininity worshipped by early humans. This was partly because of their exaggerated sexual features, and partly because later agricultural societies often had mother goddess cults. But new studies are giving us a more nuanced view. Researchers have pointed out that there's no clear evidence of temples, altars, or organized goddess worship from the Upper Paleolithic period. Instead, the figurines seem to have been portable, personal objects, something individuals could carry with them. One recent theory suggests they were symbols of survival and abundance during a time of climate stress. Around the time many of these figurines were carved, Europe was entering the last glacial maximum, a period of intense cold and scarce resources. Anthropologists have noticed that some figurines even seem to exaggerate body fat to the point of obesity, which would have been extremely rare and desirable in an Ice Age food-scarce world. This has led to the hypothesis that the figurines were more like good luck charms, meant to encourage fertility and ensure the survival of mothers and children during harsh times. Another possibility is that they served as teaching tools or symbols of life stages. Some figurines show pregnant bodies. Others appear older, and some are less stylized, hinting that they may have been used to pass down knowledge about reproduction, childbirth, and the female life cycle. What's especially interesting is how widespread they were. Venus figurines have been found from France to Siberia, suggesting that the idea of depicting the female form was shared across thousands of miles and many different cultures. But despite the similarities, no two figurines are exactly alike. Each one seems to carry its own artistic style, hinting that they may have had local or personal meanings rather than a single, unified goddess cult. These insights turn the Venus figurines from mysterious religious idols into something more relatable, objects that reflected the hopes, fears, and practical concerns of Ice Age people. They weren't just praying to a goddess. They were expressing their wish for survival, healthy pregnancies, and enough food to get through the winter. So when you see a Venus figurine in a museum, don't just think of it as a goddess statue. Think of it as an Ice Age talisman, a portable prayer for life and plenty during one of the hardest times humans have ever faced.
Terracotta army colors. Those famous terracotta warriors? They weren't always gray. When they were first built, they stood in blazing, lifelike colors, almost like a real army frozen in time. The terracotta army, discovered in 1974 near Xi'an, China, is one of the most jaw-dropping archaeological finds in history. More than 8,000 life-size clay soldiers, horses, and chariots were buried to guard the tomb of China's first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, over 2,200 years ago. Today, when you look at them, they're an impressive sea of gray. But that's not how they originally looked. When archaeologists first began excavating the pits,
they noticed something remarkable. Traces of bright pigments on the armor, faces, and weapons of the soldiers. Some still had eyebrows, mustaches, and even pink cheeks painted on. But heartbreakingly, those colors flaked away and vanished within hours of exposure to air. For decades, we could only imagine what the army must have looked like in full color, until chemical analysis and imaging technology allowed researchers to reconstruct the original paints. The results are stunning. The soldiers once wore armor painted in reds, purples, blues, and greens with intricate patterns and details. Their faces had individualized features, complete with painted eyes, lips, and facial hair, making them look eerily lifelike. Even their shoes and belts were painted, showing an incredible level of detail for something buried underground. The pigments used included minerals like cinnabar, red, azurite, blue, and malachite, green, as well as a remarkable synthetic pigment called Chinese purple, one of the earliest man-made colors in the world. The fact that artisans in the 3rd century BCE were synthesizing pigments at this level shows just how advanced Qin Dynasty chemistry and technology really were. This discovery changed how we think about the terracotta army. Far from being a uniform mass of identical soldiers, they were a vibrant, colorful spectacle, each one slightly different, as if to represent real individuals. Imagine walking into the Emperor's Tomb complex in 210 BCE and seeing rank upon rank of brilliantly painted soldiers, gleaming weapons in hand, looking ready for battle. Today, conservation scientists are working on ways to preserve the remaining pigments when new soldiers are excavated, using special coatings and control environments to prevent the paint from flaking off. Some soldiers have been successfully preserved with their original colors, giving us an unprecedented glimpse of the past. Replicas and digital reconstructions now let visitors see the terracotta army as they once were, and the difference is jaw-dropping. What was once thought of as a gray clay army is now understood as one of the most colorful and ambitious art projects of the ancient world. So the next time you see a photo of the terracotta army, try to picture them as they really were, not gray and silent, but blazing with color, staring back at you like an unstoppable force, ready to defend their emperor in the afterlife.
Hopewell Copper Source. Archaeologists found copper artifacts buried in ancient mounds across the Midwest, and chemical analysis finally revealed they came from mines hundreds of miles away. The Hopewell culture thrived in North America from about 100 BCE to 400 CE. Centered in what is now Ohio and spreading across much of the eastern United States. They are best known for their massive earthen mounds and geometric earthworks, some so precise they still line up with astronomical events like solstices. Among the most striking finds at Hopewell sites are copper artifacts, breastplates, headdresses, beads, and tools. The copper is hammered into thin, beautiful shapes, showing remarkable craftsmanship. But for decades, archaeologists wondered, where did they get all this copper? There are no major copper deposits near Ohio. The answer came through chemical detective work. Scientists used trace element analysis and lead isotope testing on the Hopewell copper artifacts. These tests act like a fingerprint, matching the artifacts to known copper sources. The results were clear. Much of the copper came from the Great Lakes region, particularly around Lake Superior, where there are massive natural deposits of nearly pure copper. This means the Hopewell people were part of an extensive trade network that stretched hundreds of miles. They either traveled to the Great Lakes themselves or traded with intermediary groups who brought the copper south. And copper wasn't the only thing moving along these routes. Archaeologists have found obsidian from the Rocky Mountains, shells from the Gulf Coast, mica from the Appalachians, and grizzly bear teeth from the plains in Hopewell sites. This suggests a continental-wide exchange system that connected distant cultures long before Europeans arrived. What's fascinating is that the Hopewell didn't smelt copper. They didn't melt it down, but they worked it using cold hammering techniques. They would pound the raw copper into thin sheets, then anneal it, heat it and cool it to make it more workable. The result was incredibly delicate pieces of ceremonial gear, often buried as offerings in mounds. This solved one of the biggest mysteries about Hopewell: how a culture with no centralized cities or kings managed to access so many exotic goods. The answer is that they had an incredibly sophisticated social and ritual network where trade, pilgrimage, and ceremonial gatherings brought people together from across the continent. It also changes the way we think about pre-Columbian North America. Far from being isolated communities, these were connected by vast trade routes, what some researchers call the Hopewell interaction sphere. So those copper breastplates and headdresses weren't just pretty ornaments. They were proof that the Hopewell people could organize long-distance expeditions, maintain alliances, and move valuable materials across hundreds of miles, all without wheels, pack animals, or writing. In other words, they were building a continental network long before anyone in Europe had even heard of America.